All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is in session. Please sit.
Good morning, Ms. Bridget.
May it please the Commission. Commissioners, today we have 3 separate witnesses. One is a panel with 3 witnesses. We have a lived experience witness, Ms. Danielle Wilson, who will be sharing her experiences from her time in the Navy and the impact that that has had on her. And we will then be hearing from Professor Megan McKenzie, who is an expert in what she refers to as military suicide. She's also an expert in what she refers to as military sexual violence. We will then this afternoon be continuing with the defence panels, and we will be hearing from the Chief of Navy, the Warrant Officer of the Navy, and Ms. Justine Gregg, Deputy Secretary of Defence People Group. Commissioners, if you have nothing further, I will call our first witness, Ms. Danielle Wilson, and have her affirmed.
Yeah, please go ahead. Thank you.
Miss Danielle Wilson, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Wilson, if I can just say, if at any stage you want a break, you want to have a drink of water, there is no rush. Please take your time. And if you do feel you need a break, we're very happy to stop for a while and just give you a breather.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, before I commence, I'd like to note that the evidence that will be given by Ms. Wilson may be distressing and triggering for people who have experienced abuse. And I mention this now to allow people either in the hearing room or those watching on the live stream to tune out if they like, and they can tune back in at an appropriate time. Can you please tell the Commission your full name?
Danielle Marie Wilson.
And you made a statement to the Commission. It's signed on the 1st of March, but it has a date on it, the 28th of February. And for the record, you did sign it on the 1st of March, is that correct?
Correct.
And the 28th of February to 2022 is a typographical error?
Correct.
Operator, please display the cover page of DAW.0001.0001.001_R. And Ms. Wilson, do you recognise this as the cover page of your statement?
I do.
And it's your redacted statement, isn't it?
It is.
And there are 9 pages to this statement, is that correct?
That's correct.
And operator, I will ask if you could kindly scroll through to the last page, that being 9 of 9. And is that your signature at the bottom there, Ms. Wilson?
Yes, correct.
And are the contents of your statement true and correct?
They are.
And you also have 2 annexures to your statement, is that correct?
That's correct.
Commissioners, I now tender the statement of Danielle Wilson, signed the 1st of March 2022, with the document ID I've just said and the 2 annexures as public exhibits.
Thank you. They'll be accepted and allocated the next consecutive exhibit number. Thank you.
Commissioners, I also tender the unredacted statement of Ms. Wilson with the same date and the document ID without the _R and the 2 redacted annexures as confidential exhibits.
Thank you. They'll be similarly accepted and allocated the next numbers.
Grateful, Commissioner. Is it correct that you're giving evidence to the Commission today as someone with your own personal lived experience of your time in the Royal Australian Navy and how these experiences have impacted on your mental health?
It is.
And as the Commissioner has said, Ms Wilson, at any time you would like to have a break or have a drink of water, please do so and just let me know and we
Okay.
can adjourn. How old were you when you joined the Navy?
I was 18 years old.
And did you train in a particular role?
I trained as a cook.
And where did you undertake your training?
HMAS Cerberus in Victoria.
And in paragraph 9 of your statement, you give evidence that as part of your training at HMAS Cerberus, you had to undertake what's called a firefighting simulation exercise. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you tell the commissioners what happened on that day?
So on that day, we were taken to obviously the area where we were to conduct the training. We were given overalls, told to put these overalls on and remove all underwear, as the underwear, if it could be caught fire or exposed to extreme heat, it may stick to our bodies. So we were told to remove all underwear and to put on overalls, which we all did. After putting on the overalls, I noticed that the pockets had been, or the ends of the pockets had been removed, so you could actually put your hands straight down and touch your legs or whatever through the pockets. And when we were then told to go into a mock ship that was filled with smoke, we had all breathing apparatus on. So you were covered from head to toe, you had overalls, breathing apparatus, sent into a ship full of smoke, told to line up one behind the other and make our way through this ship as an exercise of going in and getting out. You weren't to leave anyone behind, so you had to touch the person in front of you. I was midway in the line and I noticed someone behind me had put his hands down my pockets, and he put his hands all the way down and touched me on the vagina and then inserted one of his fingers. I'd grabbed his hand straight away and tried to pull it out. He resisted my attempts to pull it out and kept trying to force his hands down. He eventually did remove his hands. I don't know who this person was. I do know it was a male because it was a male's hand. I could tell it was a male's hand, it was the size. So,
and could you not tell who it was because it was too dark and you couldn't see?
It was dark, you couldn't see more than a few, inches in front of your face. It was the exercise was you're in a smoke-filled room or a smoke-filled ship, and you had to make your way through the ship out to safety without leaving anyone behind. And so I couldn't see who it was. Plus we also had breathing apparatus on as well. So I don't know who it was. I couldn't see.
And then what happened next?
So we got outside and I was very distressed. I tried to look around. I still don't know who it was because when everyone just sort of came out at once, I then once I calmed myself down, I went to report it to my supervisor, but was pretty quickly dismissed.
Can you remember what your supervisor said or did to give you the impression that it was dismissive?
He just said to suck it up, don't worry about it. He just dismissed it. It was no big deal. It's life. Yeah, don't worry about it. I was very distressed. Someone had assaulted me. I don't know who that person was. This person was a fellow recruit, I'm assuming. But then I don't know. It could have been another trainer because they were in there, but I'm assuming it was another recruit. These are people I have to train with day in and day out, and someone had just assaulted me, and I don't know who that person is.
I was going to ask you, not knowing who the perpetrator was, has that compounded your distress and the impact on your mental health?
It has, because this person then turns around and is acting like your friend behind your back, do you know? And who do you trust if you can't trust the people you're training with or the people that you're working with? And you don't know who that person is. So it could be anybody.
Was your trust broken on that
It was
day?
very, very much so. And but trust in my superiors who I wanted to help me. They didn't help me that day.
And what did you do that night? Can you remember?
I was upset. You try to mentally process it, so you replay the incident over and over in your head. You try to see if you can work out who it may have been. But at the end of the day, you have to push it aside because I still have my training to carry on with. And so it's something you have to squash down and carry on and you don't pretend it didn't happen, but you just go, I have to deal with this later. I can't deal with this now. I can't deal with this now. But
were you concerned about what might happen to you if you did take it further, or?
I didn't, to be honest, I didn't even think of taking it any further because I was so new in the Navy. I didn't know what my options were. You know, you're not told that I don't remember being told that, you know, if I wasn't getting help this place, I could go to this place to get help. There was nowhere to go. I had no one to go to. I didn't even tell any of the girls that I was with. I didn't tell anybody. But I do remember that a few of the girls did comment that they noticed the pockets were cut out of their overalls.
And did you think it was strange that the pockets had been cut?
Yeah, I did. I didn't understand why, but then I didn't question it either because I thought, oh, well, maybe they're old overalls or something. I don't know. It wasn't, again, I was only very young. I didn't understand why. It wasn't my reason to understand why.
And at that time, nothing had happened, so you probably didn't have any reason to think that. And you were 18.
I was 18. I just turned 18, yes, when I joined, yes.
And after you had reported it to your supervisor, was there any further action taken?
No.
And you say in your statement, you recall thinking at the time, is this something they do to everybody? Is this someone targeting me? Can you remember those thoughts?
Yes. Well, you do. You look at the other girl. No other girl said anything, so you do wonder, did it happen to them and they're not saying anything? But then I didn't want to bring up the subject either. It was humiliating, you know. I was embarrassed. I was embarrassed that I was dismissed. And then also you do think, is there somebody there do they want to harm me, or are they doing this to other girls, or is it just to me?
And did you speak to your family at the time?
No, I didn't want to my parents were very proud that I joined the Navy. My brother was already in the Air Force, and then when I decided to join the Navy, they were very, very proud, and I didn't want to tell them that I was struggling.
Were you proud about joining the Navy?
I was very proud. I didn't join the Navy because I wanted a career in the Navy originally. I grew up in a little town, very quiet town. There wasn't a lot of jobs. My brother was in the Air Force, like I said, and the Navy seemed like a really good career. But I was proud that I had taken that path, and I wanted to have a great career and wearing the uniform, and yeah, it was a good time. When I first joined, I was very proud.
And so this instance, it's a sexual assault, which is what happened. Do you see it as a sexual assault?
I do.
And it happened right early in your training, is that right?
That's right.
And you spoke to your parents that evening, is that right?
Yes.
But you didn't tell them what had happened? And you told them that you were having a bit of a bad time?
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
And then in 1987, there's an incident that occurs with a superior officer. Do you recall that incident?
I do.
And can you tell the commissioners about that incident?
So we were on parade. I can't remember. It was just, I think, our morning parade, and I think we were just doing some drill, and we were standing at attention. I don't remember moving. I don't remember doing anything at all. And my superior came up to me and stood within centimetres of my face and screamed at me, "Recruit ran, if you move one more time, I'll ruin your sex life forever."
And what does recruit ran mean?
So obviously I was a recruit, and RAN stands for Women of the Royal Australian Navy.
And when superiors address male recruits, do they get addressed in that way?
Not that I saw, no.
So it's a specific thing for women.
Yes.
And when you were told, if you move one more time, I will ruin your sex life forever, can you remember how you felt at that time?
Apart from being absolutely shocked that he was screaming at me, I was used to being yelled at, that you don't go into the military not expecting to get yelled at, but to have him so close to me, and then screaming those words, I was shocked at first, and then I was like, I don't remember moving, I didn't do anything, and how is he going to ruin my sex life? I didn't understand how he was going to do that. Like, what do you mean by that? I know now I look back, it's a term of phrase, but at the time, it's scary and it's humiliating. My whole class was there, and he's yelling that in front of everybody. It's very humiliating.
And at the time, did you see it as a threat?
I did.
And you say in your statement at paragraph 29, I believe I had done nothing wrong, and became very concerned about what he was going to do.
Correct. You don't know what does that mean, and again, am I being targeted? Is there something that's going to lead to something further down the track if I do apparently something wrong? Like, I don't understand what I have done.
Were there times where you wondered if you had done anything wrong?
You always you replay things back in your head, and then you start to sometimes think, well, I must have done something. I must have done something to make them. Then once you replay it, you realise you haven't done anything, and I didn't do anything to deserve what was said or what was done. And I didn't deserve to be humiliated in front of my classmates.
You spoke about calling your family. Did you speak to your family about this incident?
No.
And you've come here today with the support of your husband,
Yes.
Mr. Bill Wilson. Thank you for joining Ms. Wilson today. How important has family been for you over the years?
My family is everything to me. I have 4 amazing, wonderful daughters. Bill is my second husband, but my first husband was supportive to an end in the beginning when all this was happening, but I didn't even tell him a lot of what was happening because he would get angry. So in the end, I stopped telling him things that were happening. But my family...
Angry at who?
At the people.
At the Navy?
At the individuals.
At the individuals who were committing these
yeah.
offences?
Yeah. But no, my family is everything to me, and without them, I don't know where I'd be if I'd be here.
Ms. Wilson, you then are posted to HMAS Penguin in 1988, is that correct?
That's correct.
And there was an incident while you were on the ship, is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell the Commission about that incident?
Okay, so I was working in the main galley, and a fellow seamen came to the galley to deliver some stores, and we had a conversation. Obviously, I can't remember the conversation now, but he took offence to something that I said, and next minute he took a step forward and headbutted me, knocking me to the ground. Yeah.
And did something happen before that happened? What did he actually say to you before he headbutt you?
He doesn't like women in the Navy. I can't remember the actual conversation that I had with him, but he had said to me on numerous occasions that he didn't like females in the Navy and didn't think that they belonged.
And in your statement, if I can refresh your memory, at paragraph 32, you say that you questioned him. In paragraph 31, you say you questioned him about the food items he had bought.
Yeah.
And then at 32, you say he became angry and told you to fuck off.
Oh, yes. Yeah. So I questioned him about something. I can't remember what that was, yeah, and he did tell me to fuck off as he stepped forward, and then the headbutt.
And did you recall what happened to you? Did you fall?
I fell to the ground. I was with another sailor at the time. I fell to the ground. I didn't lose consciousness or anything. I was very dazed, and I started crying, obviously grabbed my head, and the other sailor that was with me, he moved forward, grabbed the offender by the throat and pushed him up against a wall and told him not to do it again.
And how old were you when this happened?
I would have been 19.
Had you ever been physically assaulted before?
Never.
Did you expect that when you joined the Navy that you would be physically assaulted like that?
Never.
And then in 1988, so the same year, you had cause to seek some medical treatment and sick leave.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you tell the Commission what that process was like for you?
Okay, so I had extremely sore back to the point where I could barely walk. So you can't obviously just call in sick to work like you do in every other normal job. You had to go to work, go to the base, get leave to report to sick parade and get a medical chit and take that back. And that chit would say whether you're allowed to have any days off, how many days off, etc., which I had attempted to do that day. But I was denied. I was told that I couldn't go by one of my superiors. And as I worked in the main galley, we had different areas in the galley. I was working on duffs at the time. Duffs is desserts, so that's what they call it. And it was in a room out the back. The person I was working with, he was a superior to me. He pretty much kept me out there all day and told me I couldn't leave. And I was denied any chance of going on sick parade.
Why were you kept hidden away like that?
I think I can't talk to why he would do that, but I would say I thought it was because he didn't want me to go. He wanted me there to help, but he just didn't want me to go on sick parade. He was keeping me. It was like he was keeping me captive out there. I didn't leave that room all day except for when we had to scrub out at the end of the day and it was time to go home anyway. I was almost vomiting. It turned out I had bruised kidneys. And I was so ill.
And so was food being brought in for you? I mean,
No,
you were just
no. I was
held
just out there
hidden away.
working. I couldn't eat anyway. I was so sick. I was feeling so ill.
And then you eventually you eventually seen, is that right? And then you were diagnosed with bruised kidneys.
So I was eventually seen by another superior who was more superior to the other officer, and he saw how bad I was. He told me to sit down. It was almost home time, and he said to sit down and just rest till everyone leaves, and then he said tomorrow go on sick parade, and I ended up diagnosed with bruised kidneys.
And can you recall what the culture was like around having to get sick leave when you were in the Navy?
It normally wasn't so bad. It but for I didn't go on sick leave very often. I really didn't. The only real time was for that. There was another time I was sick, and I know this was from the stress of everything. I was living with my ex-husband, obviously, we were married, and I was really, really sick, and he didn't want me to go to work. And he said, I'll call in for you. I said, you can't call in. And he said, no, I'm calling in for you. You can't go to work. And he called in and they said, tell her to get her ass in here now or she'll be charged. And I went in.
You went in?
I went in.
And that was on the day you were ill?
Yes. And I knew it. I was running late and I knew it, but he was insistent that he wasn't going to let me go in. And I'm like, they're not going to let me just not go in.
Do you know what you would have been charged with?
Being adrift. Yeah.
And during the period of 1987 to 1990, thinking back to that period, were you subjected to any other behaviours which have negatively impacted on your life?
It was pretty much, I won't say it was a daily ordeal, which I don't know if it made it worse, because some days were okay, nothing would happen to me, and other days there would just be comments. You'd come back from days off and it would be, tell us about your sex life. Did you have sex on the weekend? What position did you have sex in? It was just constant, just questions about my life. And I dismissed, I didn't talk to them about it. I didn't enable these conversations. I didn't engage in any banter with them over this. It was them assuming that they could intrude on my personal life, my extreme personal life. And then I became pregnant with my eldest child, and I started getting, can I touch the baby? Can I touch your tummy? But it was sleazy. It was all very sleazy. And, hands would brush against my breast. It was like, I don't want you touching me. That was, some days there was nothing, and other days it was constant.
Did you feel pressure to engage in the banter, what you call the banter?
No, I didn't want to engage in the banter. I kept to myself as much as I could. I had no friends there, other than there was a couple of fellow sailors that I got on okay with, but as in people who I considered a good friend, I had nobody there. I had nobody. I was on my own.
Did you feel alone?
I felt very alone. There was a time before my ex-husband and I were married, and we weren't seeing each other, and I was living on base. And I would lock myself in my room on base and not mix with anyone. I would do my duty and then I would go home or go back to my room, and that was it. Duty, room, I wouldn't.
Why was that?
Because I was scared. I didn't want to be around anybody. I just felt so alone. Nobody cared, nobody listened. I had to look after myself. There were days
We'll
Sorry.
resume again shortly for the feed.
Thank you, Commissioners. It's okay, Ms Wilson. We just ask that you not go into any of the detail around what was happening when you were having those thoughts of suicide. It's okay, though. Yep. Please feel free to have a glass of water if you want to. Okay. So, Ms Wilson, you were talking about feeling alone and that you would lock yourself in the room, and at this point you were having thoughts of suicide. Is that right?
Yes.
And was the isolation impacting on your mental health at the time?
It was because I had no support. I had no one to talk to. I had no family. I was living in Sydney, which was a long way away from any family, and at the time I was separated from who would be my husband, and I felt completely empty, alone, and like no one cared. No one cared what happened to me.
And you talked about feeling fear.
Very fearful. You don't know what's going to happen on a day-to-day basis. So if you keep to yourself and only deal with yourself, then you don't have to worry about other people. I only had to worry about them when I got to work. And if I could get through the day at work without anything happening, it was great. If something happened, I just had to try and deal with that as it happened.
Can you recall what you were feeling fearful about, or was it simply just a feeling of fear?
I was fearful that someone was going to attack me. I'd already been sexually assaulted once, been physically assaulted another time. I was being manhandled and groped. What was next? What else could somebody do to me? This was not supposed to be how it was.
And did you report any of the sexual harassment or to your supervisors at the time?
I did.
And the sexual assault and the touching of your breast?
I did. I stopped, not the sexual touching, because in the end I'd stopped reporting, but the other incidences, yes, I reported them.
And what would happen when you would report them?
Nothing. I still clearly remember going into the office and told, "Suck it up, princess, it's life in the Navy." That's when I knew nothing ever was going to be done to anything that happened to me. Nothing was done when I was in training, nothing was done then, nothing was ever going to be done.
And at the time, do you recall being aware of where else you could go and get support?
No.
And so in your initial training, you weren't
no.
given any information about that?
No.
And did you give up on reporting, you said before?
I did.
Can you recall when you were told, "Suck it up, princess, it's only a joke"? Can you recall how you thought, what you were thinking and feeling at that time?
Deflated and just gutted. Like, you're my superior, you're supposed to look out for me, and you've just let me down, and if you won't help me, then no one's going to help me. I just have to deal with it on my own. Just felt very, very lonely.
Did you want to stay?
No, I wanted to leave so bad.
Could you leave?
No,
Why couldn't you leave?
because I'd signed on for 6 years, and you can't just quit. It's just not allowed. I signed my life away to them.
So what did you do to try and get out?
I got pregnant. It wasn't what I had planned to do to get pregnant so early, but my boyfriend who became my husband, and we decided to have a baby, and that was my way out.
And it was your way out because... Is that a reason why you can be discharged
Yes,
at the time?
I can be discharged due to pregnancy.
And you say at paragraph 57 of your statement that when you left the Navy, you were depressed and anxious,
I was.
and that you would have panic attacks.
I did, yes.
Had you had panic attacks before joining the Navy?
No, never.
And you stayed in the Navy until your maternity leave, is that right?
That's correct.
And you say you took it as early as you could
That's correct.
and that you did not return.
No, I did not.
And can you recall when you were having these panic attacks, were they when you were at home or when you were out?
They were mainly out. I recall one incident. I was at the supermarket with my daughter. She was only young, and I was putting everything on the checkout counter and had a massive panic attack. And I just picked her up, said sorry, and ran and went home. Home is my safe place. Home's always my safe place.
Still your safe
Still
place.
my safe place.
And you say at paragraph 59 that you did not like to go out, and my ex-husband says, I did not even cook for the first year.
No, that's correct. I didn't want to know anything about anything that reminded me of being in the Navy. I tore up almost every photo that I had from my time in the Navy. I was trying to wipe it from my mind. So he was doing pretty much he did all the cooking for at least the first year, maybe even longer.
And we saw earlier 3 photos. Are they pretty much the only photos that you've got?
They are, and they're photos that my parents had at their house, and the only reason I have them is because when my mother died a few years ago, they were there, and I thought, well, I should have something for my time. So I kept them, but it took me a while to find them because they were packed away. I don't put them on display or anything like that.
And when you say you tried to wipe it out of your memory, was that a coping mechanism?
It is. I just tried to bury it and move on. I had my daughter and subsequently had 3 more children, and they became the focus of my life. They are my everything, and their daughters. I've got 4 daughters, and I've hopefully raised them to be strong, independent women.
Oh, it's International Women's Day today, Miss Wilson. Quite timely that you're sharing your experiences with us today at this Royal Commission. Can you say something about how these incidences and ultimately offences have impacted on your life?
So they've impacted me I have been diagnosed with some illnesses from this, depression. I've been depressed pretty much my whole life. And I have struggled with going out. I think pretty much my whole 20s and 30s were a blur, apart from doing things for my children, which they even say now. Now they know what's happened. They said it explains an awful lot about why I was the way I was. I'm just a very home person. I like to be home. That's my safe place. I don't say I don't like going out. I go out. I love to go out with my husband and do things, but I always feel a need to get home. I go somewhere on my own. If I'm with someone, I'm okay. But if I'm on my own, I have this overwhelming urge, okay, I feel like this rush to get home. I want to get home, I want to get home, I want to get home. And I have to stop and calm myself and go, it's okay, it's okay. But even that doesn't work a lot of the time, you know. I just find it very hard to be out. And then there's my work life. I've gone through a few jobs where it's just been so stressful going to work because of the stress that I feel with work, because everything happened to me at work.
And then you've had another career since leaving the Navy, is that right?
I did,
And you joined the New South Wales Police Force, is that correct?
correct.
And that was in around 2014, is that right?
That's correct.
And how would you describe your time there?
For most part, it was good, but I did have an incident there with a fellow officer as well. He suddenly one day decided to grab me on the breast and made a comment to another officer, but in this case, it was handled a whole lot differently.
So what happened?
So the other officer he made the comment to reported him, and he subsequently was fired. Well, he was told to resign. Yeah.
So somebody witnessed that, is that right?
Yes.
So they were a bystander
Yeah.
to that incident,
Yes.
and that bystander made a report.
Made a report. Yeah.
Was that supportive for you?
It was. Yes. And I was supported through the whole process. It went through an investigation, and I had great support through the whole investigation. I was given someone who would contact me on a regular basis, keep me updated with what was happening. It was a great process, yeah.
And then in 2020, you decide to make a complaint to the Commonwealth Defence Ombudsman, is that right?
That's correct.
And that is quite a long period of time, isn't it?
It
From
is.
the time of when you experienced those incidents.
Yeah.
Do you know why it took so long for you?
Well, at first I didn't know about that because I remember there was a Royal Commission a few years ago. I believe I was still with my ex-husband at the time, and I mentioned it to him, and then we were talking about it, and he goes, well, maybe you should say something about what happened to you. And I said, well, why? Because nobody's going to listen to me. No, they didn't listen to me then. Why will they listen to me now? So I didn't put anything in. And then going forward to 2020, I have a girlfriend whose husband is in the Navy, and he mentioned it to me, and I didn't know anything about it. So he told me all about it, and he said, after what you've been through, you should make a submission.
And how would you describe the process of...
Very supportive. Again, I was given a point of contact. She contacted me regularly and kept me informed. Yeah, it was very, very well handled. Yeah.
And operator, please display DAW.0001.0001.0010, please. So on the 28th of June 2020, you received a letter from the Ombudsman, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's the letter that you can see there, is that letter?
Yes, it is.
And what did that letter tell you? What was the outcome of the complaint?
So the letter states that they came to the conclusion that they accepted that the accounts were real and that they happened, and they just supported my submission.
You said before that you had, when the Royal Commission into Institutional Sexual Abuse was on, you said to yourself, well, why should I tell my story? I wasn't listened then. Why would I be listened now? Something to that effect. Did you feel heard going through this process with the Ombudsman?
Very much so, yeah.
How important is it to be heard?
It's very important. There's nothing worse than having something so horrific done to you. And it wasn't just one incident, it was multiple incidents over a period of a few years. To be told that it doesn't matter, to finally have someone believe you and to acknowledge that what happened to you was wrong and should never have happened. It meant a lot to me. It meant more than anything to me.
And did you go through a particular process with the Ombudsman? Was there a restorative process of some
There
sort?
was, yes. So I did a restorative engagement process where I got to meet a superior from the Navy, and I was a bit hesitant at first to do it, but I thought it would be good for me. So, yeah, I went through that process.
Operator, please display DAW.0.0001.0012. You said before it was a short period, so for the record, you joined the Navy in 1987 and you left in 1990, is that correct?
Correct,
So in 3 years, those incidents all occurred in that 3-year period.
correct.
And on the screen there, Ms Wilson, you can see a letter from the Royal Australian Navy. And operator, please expand paragraph 4. This is an apology from the Navy, is that right?
That's right.
And they say that they apologise for the atrocious behaviour that you were subjected to by other recruits and sailors, and that what happened to you should not have happened, nor should it have been tolerated or ignored.
Yes.
It's a long time to wait for that apology, Ms Wilson.
It was a very long time.
In terms of your experiences of being a woman in the Navy, how would you describe the way that women were treated?
Atrociously. Felt like we did not belong. We weren't wanted. We were treated, and I'm not saying it was every female, but for the most part, for my experience, we were treated differently. We were given different names. We were given different uniforms. We were, and anything to make us not blend in. We should have been able to be treated exactly the same as the male recruits. And I just don't think a lot of the sailors there wanted us. I don't think they thought we belonged.
And you say in paragraph 84 of your statement that you would like to see some more training of ADF personnel in the area of sexual harassment and sexual assault.
That's correct. They need to know the impact that this has on people. It might just seem like a joke or a bit of banter to them, but it's not. It's impactful. It stays with someone their whole life. They don't have the right to take those liberties with somebody. They don't have the right to touch someone, to assault someone, to verbally abuse someone. There needs to be training to know it's not tolerable, it's not acceptable, especially in this day and age. If it happened to their daughter, how would they feel?
And you spoke earlier about how it was impacting on your mental health to the point where you did become suicidal and you had suicidal ideation, suicidal thoughts. Did you seek help at any point? Have you sought help?
I have now, yes. Finally, I'm getting the help that I should have got a long time ago. It really came from this process with the Ombudsman. It has triggered a lot of memories that I buried down a long time ago while I was raising my family, and I have been seeing a psychiatrist for about a year, I believe, and on medication as well for that.
Thank you, Ms Wilson. Commissioners, I don't have any further questions. If you would have any questions for Ms Wilson?
Thank you, Ms Bridget. Commissioner Brown?
Just a couple. Thank you very much for your testimony today. Sorry, I'll bring this forward. Can I just ask, did you observe behaviour, unacceptable behaviour happening to others around you as well?
Sorry,
Sorry, did you observe unacceptable behaviour happening to others around you in the Navy?
No, I guess I was pretty much wrapped up in my own little world, in my own bubble.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And my other question was just in relation to the return of service obligation. When you joined the Navy, was it absolutely clear up front that it was sign up for the 6 years? Was there any sense
No.
that there was a period of trial, and if it doesn't fit, there was an out?
Through the recruit training, there is a point where you can leave, but the time when I decided I wanted to leave, I had finished my recruit training, so I was in full ship's company, and yeah, I was there for the 6 years.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas? No, I don't think we have anything further, Ms Wilson. If there's nothing arising...
I just do have one question arising from Commissioner Brown's question. Ms Wilson, when Commissioner Brown asked you about whether you'd observed unacceptable behaviour around you, in your statement you talk about the banter, the joking, the sexual innuendos.
Yes.
Was that only just happening to you, or did you see that happening to other women?
Oh, there was always that. I thought you meant as in other attacks or assaults and things, but banter, yes, that was always around everybody, yes.
And of a sexual nature?
Of sexual nature, yes.
Thank you, Ms Wilson. I don't have any further questions.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner, if I could just please thank Ms Wilson for her courage.
I was just about to.
Oh, yes, Commissioner, I'll allow you to do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank you for speaking up, Ms Wilson. Thank you for being here today and giving evidence. We know it's not an easy thing to do, and we commend you for that. We thank you. And Mr Wilson, thank you for being here to give her the support that she needs.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. I do have one other matter. Oh, sorry, you'll be excused from your notice to appear today. There's nothing further, I don't think.
Nothing further from me, Commissioner.
Okay, so you're excused from the notice to appear.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do have one other matter to mention to Mr Fordham. Yesterday I alluded to the fact that I had been under the misapprehension that we had engaged with the Australian Government Solicitor's Office in relation to the Air Force being available on Thursday. I understand I was mistaken. I wanted to apologise for that. I mentioned that in the hearing yesterday. We had not actually engaged with them, and we had not actually made any decisions. So my apologies if that caused any consternation.
There's no need to apologise. We're all working at a pace. These things happen. But I will say that I think going forward, I think we need to work more with your council assisting team and the OSA to get a more orderly way to arrange our witnesses well ahead of the hearings. And I think that might also assist you by getting a better quality of evidence, an assurance of a better quality of evidence.
Yeah, I think we're in furious agreement, Mr Fordham, and we're working on it. But thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. If there's nothing else, Ms Bridget? Yeah. We're going to adjourn and can reconvene at past.
All rise. The Royal Commission will now adjourn. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Yeah, Miss Bridget? Yeah.
Commissioners, I call our next witness, Professor Megan Mackenzie, and ask that she be affirmed. Associate.
We're sworn.
I thought you weren't taking any formal step.
Oh, that's fine, Commissioners.
Yes.
Okay. Professor Mackenzie, you provided a submission to the Royal Commission dated 4th of March 2022, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And you are giving evidence from Canada today, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And accompanying that submission is an extensive list of academic references that you have provided relating to defence suicide, causes of defence suicide, and academic references relating to sexual assault and links between sexual assault and suicide. Is that correct?
Yes.
Commissioners, I do not intend to refer to all of those references in that extensive list in the time allocated this morning. However, I draw your attention to the list, which is number 3 in the tender list, with its accompanying document ID, and note that Professor Mackenzie has kindly provided a brief note regarding those references. And speaking of the tender list, Commissioners, it was remiss of me to seek to now tender the documents in the Professor Megan Mackenzie tender bundle, if I can call it that, which is now on the screen. And if the operator can please scroll down to the last item, which is item 30, I now tender those documents.
Okay, thank you. They'll be accepted as exhibits and allocated the next consecutive numbers.
And Commissioners, as Commissioner Douglas was pointing out, Professor Megan Mackenzie is not giving formal evidence because she's not under notice to give at this Royal Commission and is with us today on a voluntary basis.
Yep, we'll note that. And welcome, Dr. Mackenzie.
Thank you.
Operator, please display exp.0003.0010.0029, which is Professor Mackenzie's CV. Professor, in 2008, you completed a Doctor of Philosophy in Political Science at the University of Alberta in the United States of America. Is that correct?
That's in
Canada, sorry. In Canada, my error. And you're the current Simons Chair in International Law and Human Security at Simons Fraser University, Canada.
That's correct.
And from 2012 to 2021, you held the position of Professor of Gender and War at the Department of Government and International Relations, University of Sydney.
That's correct.
And you hold the current position of Honorary Associate at the United States Studies Centre at the University of Sydney. Is that correct?
That was terminated in 2021.
So just
I was a fellow, yes, for 2 years.
and
yes.
you've held 2 research appointments, both at Harvard University. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you have authored a number of books on military and on war. Is that correct?
Yes.
And of relevance to this Royal Commission, you have been the primary researcher partnering with the Brain and Mind Centre at the University of Sydney on a comparative analysis project titled The Politics of Military Suicide. Is that correct? And that has focused on military suicide in Australia, Canada, the United Kingdom, and the United States of America. Is that right?
That's
And in
correct.
2019, you were a panel speaker at the University of Sydney's Sydney Ideas panel on the topic titled, Why Are Military Suicides Going Up?
That's correct.
And so I might start there, Professor. Are military, and what is the evidence to support this? And in answering this question, if you can, and to the extent that you can you refer to what is happening both in Australia and internationally?
So yes, I can. Thank you. At the time, the panel in 2019 We presented findings from those 4 case countries, including Australia, and the available data did suggest that suicide rates were going up in each of the case countries. And so we had a range of panelists coming at it from different disciplines: sociology, medical anthropology, someone who works in a support organization to give their perspective on why those numbers are increasing, not decreasing, despite awareness and increased commitment of resources.
And in terms of the project, can you please tell the Commission a little bit more about what that research involved and just perhaps a bit of a background around that research?
Sure. Originally, the intent was to try and understand the problem of military suicide. We're using that terminology, and as I'm sure everyone in the room can appreciate, it's such a complex issue and really requires the approach from a range of experts, including medical experts, political scientists, anthropologists, interdisciplinary experts. So it was a collaboration intended to kind of provide various perspectives on this problem rather than coming at it from, a single politics perspective or a single medical perspective.
And we might come back to the research in a moment. But can I ask this, is there a universal definition of suicide within the defence context?
There's not. And so that's one of the challenges in approaching research on this issue, especially from a comparative nature. I've collected data or tried to collect data from 30 different countries on military suicide. It's defined differently by most countries. Data is collected differently. There are many years where data is absent or unavailable, or it's published in different formats. So there isn't a commonly accepted definition, and certainly military suicide itself is a contested term, but that's the term that we chose to use for the study. I should mention one of the initial intentions was also to explore the presumed link between combat exposure and suicidality, which seemed to be a dominant focus in media coverage of suicide in defense and veteran communities. And from initial research, we understood that link was not clear. So that was one of the objectives of that research, was really to understand that link and why there might be some misunderstandings between around combat exposure and suicidality.
And I'll be asking you some more questions about that in particular. But in terms of the word military, just so that the commissioners understand, when you use the word military, are you referring to all of the defence forces? Are you referring to defence forces?
Yes, we're referring to defense forces and veterans.
And
so it's a term that encapsulates defense, anyone who has served or previously served.
So current and former serving members of the defence forces. And how do you define military suicide? I'll use the term military suicide because that's the term, Professor, that you use, and I might use the term defence as well, and that meaning the same thing.
So the term, and I'll just refer to my notes just for clarity's sake, is really around a fatal act deliberately initiated and performed by a person employed or previously employed by the military in the full knowledge of its fatal outcome.
And you mentioned before that there are some challenges around data collection and comparative analysis research, if you like. Can you just speak a little bit more in detail about what are some of the current challenges around data collection with respect to defence suicide?
So I guess from a research perspective, one of the greatest challenges is that attention to this issue is relative. It's only recent that we've had clear data on this issue. And as I mentioned earlier, different countries, different defense forces define and publish data in different ways on this issue. So it makes it very difficult to understand any trends over the long term. So it was very difficult to get any data on suicide rates for defense or veterans in Australia prior to 2017, which is quite recent. It's very similar for other case countries, including Canada. So that's one of the biggest problem, is just this sort of the focus now and the changing definitions or the variation in definitions across case countries makes it very difficult for us to understand, countries, for example, where rates are very low.
Which countries are you referring to there?
Well, this is what I'm saying. It's very difficult to identify best practices or cases where we might see as models because the data is collected so differently that it makes it hard to compare like for like.
And in terms of identifying trends or patterns, you're saying that's made difficult as well. Is that right?
Yes. What we do know is since data has been collected, it does appear that rates are increasing, not decreasing, in most of the countries that I've examined in depth.
And in terms of, well, actually, I'll just ask the operator to please display, this is your submission, Professor. It's exp.0003.0010.0103. And operator, if you can display the page .0116 of that submission, and expand question 30 at the bottom of that page, please. Professor, while the operator is displaying that page, in your submission on that page, you state, what remains unclear are the series of decisions involved in declaring a death a suicide. So to your knowledge, are there any standards or best practice guidelines that defence or other researchers should be following in investigating a possible suicide death?
So I would say that this is outside of my area of expertise. It's definitely something that I've looked into. I think that it's not necessarily the area that I would make recommendations on. I certainly can talk about data collection and sexual violence. But I do think that that this is something that is which deaths count and which deaths are considered suicide and intentional or not intentional is certainly something that is an issue that many different case countries are focused on. And so, yeah, I don't feel comfortable making recommendations on that.
Thank you, Professor. And in terms of the data collection, still speaking just about defence suicide, and I will be asking you some questions about your other expertise on sexual violence, but just in respect of data collection and defence suicide, why is data collection, as an academic and as a researcher, why is data collection around defence suicide important?
It's important to understand the scope of the problem. If we don't collect consistent data that's comparable to other countries, comparable to other defense forces, it's very difficult, if not impossible, to understand the scope of the problem. And so consistent, transparent data collection is incredibly important, not only for internal problem solving and monitoring, but also for external researchers like me who can try and also add to that and to study the military.
And what kind of data needs to be collected if you're collecting data about defence suicide? What kind of data would be helpful?
So one of the biggest data gaps, I guess, that we have, particularly for the Australian Defence Forces, is around suicide rates for female service members. There's some lack of transparency around what constitutes and how deaths are constituted as suicide. And so I think if you look at some of the annual reports, we have quite a lot of gaps missing for data, for example, on the rates of female suicide. And some of the explanations for that are also not clear. So for example, up until 2007, the rates were not published because of issues around privacy. It's not clear how that's a privacy issue. We know it seems that the numbers are lower than 3. So there's only one combination, 1, 2, or 3 that the number may be. But yeah, so I think there's a lot of just clarity on how those numbers are calculated, and especially on the gender differential in suicide rates.
And what about data on understanding contributing factors or risk factors? Is that important in terms of the data collection?
Yes, it's very important.
And yesterday, the Commission heard evidence from key people from the Australian Defence Force, and the data regarding women, the suicide rate for women under 30 who are ex-serving women from the ADF. Professor, you will probably know this is 3 times worse than in the general community rate. And when the Deputy Secretary for Defence was asked about those rates, women under 30, apologies, what Defence has done since becoming aware of those figures to understand the factors driving them, the Deputy Secretary, Ms Griggs, said, have I taken a specific action in terms of that data? No. Does that concern you that the Australian Defence Force has had this data?
I object to that question. It might be a little bit fairer if the balance of Ms Gregg's answer was put.
I'm happy to read out the full answer. I thought in the interest of time, but I'm happy to read out the full answer. The answer is this, Professor, and I would like your view on the answer in terms of does it cause you concern that this, in terms of her answer. This is what Ms Griggs said. In terms of looking at all the information we have, and a lot of this, the time that has occurred since then, we have certainly been looking hard at the Interim National Commissioner's report and the recommendations there. But have I taken a specific action in terms of that data? No. This is more trying to understand for women, for men, trying to understand more deeply, what are the factors, what can we do better to improve and prevent suicide? Have I done something specific in terms of that data? No, I haven't.
And so can you
Yes.
can you remind me, just want me to
Yes,
respond?
Professor, I just want to know, in hearing that, given that the Australian Defence Force has had this data at the least since September 2021 last year, and there was data previously to that, that wasn't the first data, it's just a more comprehensive, including a greater number of people who have died from suicide. Given that the Australian Defence Force would have had this data, does it concern you to hear that nothing is being done about looking at what the contributing factors are to those deaths by suicide?
I object to that question because that question cannot be based on the answer that Ms Gregg gave.
I press the objection, Commissioners.
Mr Fort, are you submitting that it's based on an assumption that it hasn't been proven, that
yes.
nothing has been done?
Yes, because even that answer suggests that things are being done. What was said was that nothing was done specifically in relation to that data.
Yes, Ms Bridget?
I press the objection, Commissioner. I press the question, Commissioners.
What's the advantage of getting this witness to comment on another witness's evidence? That's a fairly traditional form of objection as well, that you don't ask one witness to comment on another witness's evidence.
Commissioner, I'm asking for Professor Mackenzie's view on the evidence that was given yesterday in terms of the Deputy Secretary saying that they had not done anything with the data.
I understand what you're trying to say, but you're asking her to comment on that evidence. Isn't that really a question for submissions at a later stage?
Well, Commissioner, I think that Professor Mackenzie is in the position to be able to comment on that evidence.
This is a hearing where we're entitled to take matters into account which aren't normally able to be heard in a court, isn't it? So I suppose you would say I can take account of that, or we can take account of that.
Commissioner, if I'll withdraw the question and I'll ask a different question. Commissioner, I'll withdraw it. Professor Mackenzie, the Australian Defence Force has had this data since September 2021 last year. To your knowledge, and do you know of anything that the Australian Defence Force has been doing in response to that data?
I don't.
And in your research while you were at the University of Sydney, did you have cause to be looking at what the Australian Defence Force were doing in respect of the data?
Specifically on female suicide rates.
Just on suicide data to start with.
Yes, and in fact, one of the reasons why we halted the intended research project was because the data was so difficult to attain, and we realized that an analysis of suicide rates, as we initially planned, was not possible. So we shifted the focus more to an analysis of media coverage and popular public conversations on suicide.
Professor, on your experience, what steps might you anticipate the Australian Defence Force could take in examining such data?
I think finding out that a population of the Defence Force is 3 times as likely to have death by suicide would be cause for an alarm. And I would expect, particularly given Defence's commitment to camaraderie and culture, that action would be taken to investigate the potential sources of or contributing factors to that high number, to enact an immediate call to that community in defense, offering support, and also to look at existing research. I think there is quite a lot of research to help understand why suicide rates might be higher for female service members.
Would you expect the ADF to look into the individual cases of death by suicide to try to ascertain what had caused them individually?
I would expect that, and I would expect that actually, before this data is available. I think it's important to understand suicidality for defense, even irrespective of high levels or changing levels, changing data that we have.
Thank you, Commissioner. You said previously that there was difficulty getting data, and that's why the research project had to pause. Did I hear that correctly, Professor? And what was the difficulty in terms of getting the data?
I think the main difficulty, our initial intention was to compare, provide an international comparison, and the mechanisms of data collection are so different between the case countries that it made that part of the comparison difficulty. So as I said, we shifted the focus to looking at this link between combat exposure and suicidality, and to looking at public conversations of suicidality.
And what have been some of the findings with respect to that focus?
So one of the main findings was really that, particularly in media coverage of defense and veteran suicide, I'll use the language of the Commission, often there's an emphasis on combat exposure or even deployment, and an implicit assumption that suicidality is directly linked to a particularly traumatic event associated with deployment or combat exposure. We found through an extensive analysis of dozens of articles at least, that there seems to be little evidence. There's some conflicting research, but most of the available research, and it comes mostly from medicine and psychology, does not support, indicates that there's no clear link between deployment, combat exposure, and suicidality in defense and veteran communities. That's somewhat of a misperception. It may be a misperception, and my research indicates that may be a misperception based on gendered ideas of what soldiers do and an overemphasis on deployment and combat exposure. Yeah, I can go on, but I'm happy to end there.
I might come back to that as well, Professor, but how does Australia compare to other countries in terms of data collection regarding defence suicide?
It's very similar in the sense that the data collection is relatively recent. It's quite similar in that there hasn't been an emphasis on collecting good data on female suicide rates and trying to understand the difference in those rates. So there are some differences, and there's differences. Some countries, for example, will put there's difference in the whether an annual report happens. There's a report every 2 years. So there are some similarities, but there are differences as well in terms of how that data is published.
Can you speak a little bit about the Canadian experience in terms of their data collection regarding defence suicide?
So I can. Data in Canada wasn't actually collected systematically till 2015. So even later, there's a similar trend in not differentiating female and male suicide rates until relatively recent, and similar kind of shifts in definition.
And the US experience?
So the U.S., I think, possibly as a result of congressional pressure, has much more comprehensive data on many different elements of defense, including suicide, and it's not. It hasn't been my main area of attention, so I can't really speak in too much detail on the U.S.
And from your research in terms of looking at the combat exposure and risk factors regarding suicide, in your opinion, what would you say are some of the risk factors or contributing factors to defence suicide?
So from the research, there's a wide range of contributing factors, post-traumatic stress, involuntary separation being at the top of the list. We know military sexual trauma is a major contributing factor. And then the list is quite extensive: depression and mental illness, traumatic brain injury, lower enlisted rank, high levels of alcohol abuse, being a smoker, history of self-injury, barriers to care, victimization, access to lethal means. So that's not a comprehensive list. That's the list of factors that we found the most often throughout the sort of dozens of research reports and articles that we went through in my project.
And for the commissioners, can you just give a brief overview of what that research entailed in terms of how many articles and whether they were peer reviewed?
Yes. So, and I provided this. So we did a search of peer-reviewed articles, and we were looking really at, we used search terms: military, defense, veteran suicide. We initially had 1,502 articles in our sort of data set, and eventually focused on 153 peer-reviewed articles. So that's sort of the set, and we made we sort of separated into different categories, and we had a specific cohort of articles that specifically looked on combat exposure and suicidality, for example.
And in your research, did you come across what some of the protective factors are of defence suicide?
Yes, so that's a shorter list, but some of the protective factors, spirituality and religion, social support, sense of meaning in life, resilience are sort of the most common that come up in those pieces.
Thank you, Professor. I'm going to ask you some questions now about your other expertise, which is in what you refer to as military sexual violence. Can you, for the Commission, please say how you define military sexual violence and why perhaps you use that term over other terms that may be used?
Yes, so I define military sexual violence as unwanted sexual activity perpetrated against service members by a fellow service member or members. I use this term for a couple of reasons. One is that I argue that the term sexual misconduct is problematic. It reflects a long history of kind of counting sexual violence as simply one form of misconduct or unacceptable behavior. And in fact, Australia and Canada didn't even disaggregate sexual misconduct from other forms of misconduct until 2015 for Canada, 2008 for Australia. And I also think that the term sexual assault and sexual harassment have their limitations because it sort of perpetuates the idea that there's a hierarchy of incidents. And it can sort of perpetuate the idea that there's a threshold at which something becomes harassment or something becomes sexual violence. And I think that can be a barrier for victims reporting. And it sort of decenters the victim and fails to acknowledge that all forms of sexual violence can be harmful, and that so-called low-level forms of sexual violence may not, in fact, have a low impact for victims. So I use that term to sort of encapsulate both what would traditionally be described as sexual harassment and sexual assault.
And is there a commonly accepted or universally agreed definition of what you describe as military sexual violence?
There is not. And even within the Australian Defence Forces, there are a variety of different terms sometimes used in reports or in their own policies. So there isn't, and it makes it difficult to understand the problem. So some militaries, so for example, the US military does make this distinction between harassment and assault. For example, the ADF and the Canadian Defence Forces both use the term sexual misconduct regularly, although in defence annual reports, they report sexual assaults, and they still make a distinction between aggravated assaults and non-aggravated assaults, and then still using the term unacceptable behaviors. So you can see that there's quite a lot of terms used. And so that's part of the reason why I have shifted to military sexual violence.
And in terms of, you've touched a little bit on this in terms of the definitions, say Australia's definitions compared internationally, but would you like to say anything more about the comparative nature of those definitions?
Well, I mean, just to say that it makes it very difficult to understand the nature of the problem as it compares to other countries. And it makes it difficult to compare, given that sexual misconduct is a term that has no relevance in the civilian context. It makes it harder to compare the military with the rest of the community.
When you say it has no relevance to the civilian context, are you referring to civilian legal terms?
Yes.
And so how does the ADF's definitions compare to civilian legal terms?
Well, essentially, sexual misconduct centers the institution. It centers or defines sexual violence as a form of misconduct, which decenters the victim. And I think civilian terms are much more victim-centric. you focus on sexual assault, sexual harassment, making those distinctions, but it does still center the victim and their experience rather than situating the incident as a misconduct,
So,
as a breach of military code.
so just on that point, so do you agree with the proposition that by using the term sexual misconduct, it frames it within a code of conduct issue rather than an allegation of an actual offence?
I think it's still, I do think it centers on a allegation of code of conduct, and it decenters the experience of the victim.
And by doing that, what are the potential repercussions of that?
I mean, it's really difficult to, I'm not sure I can capture the repercussions of that. I mean, I think there could be expansive repercussions. So I'm not sure what specifically you would like me to focus on.
We can come back to that, and we'll probably come back to that when I ask you some questions regarding incidence and prevalence and about reporting. Based on your study and your research, do you agree with this proposition that members who've experienced sexual violence within defence are at an increased risk of suicide and or suicidality?
Yes.
And can you point to any particular evidence to support that proposition or research?
So there's several. Yes, there's several research reports that have indicated that. So a lot of the most comprehensive research examining the connections between sexual assault, sexual violence, and suicidality comes from the US military and the Department of Veterans Affairs. So there's research, first of all, that finds strong links between sexual violence and post-traumatic stress, and what has also been described as military sexual trauma. Researchers with the Department of Veterans Affairs found men with a history of what the Department of Veterans Affairs calls military sexual trauma, that they are 70% more likely than fellow veterans without such experience to die by suicide. And women veterans with MST are more than twice as likely as other female vets to die by suicide. So that study comes from 2016. So this is something that we've understood, or there's been quite a lot of research understanding the links for several years now. And
in terms of data collection of military sexual violence, how would you describe the way that that data is being collected in Australia, and in particular perhaps the Australian Defence Force?
The data is collected in a inconsistent, sometimes baffling manner. Over the past 2 decades at least, data has not been collected consistently. It hasn't been made publicly available consistently. The two main mechanisms for understanding military sexual violence in the ADF are surveys, and there's been some discussion of surveys already, and incident reports. And both of those, there's quite serious problems around data collection. I mean, I can go into that if you'd like.
Yes, please.
So when it comes to incident reports, there is quite a lot of confusion around some of the language, I think around disclosure versus incident reporting. So even if we look at, so the ADF makes this distinction between disclosure, which is essentially telling another person, and reporting. And there are, the Defence Force Ombudsman lists on their page a list of channels for seeking support. And it's quite an extensive list: chain of command, defense chaplains, defense health professionals, etc. But then incident reports, formal incident reports, it's quite a narrow category. JMPU. So
And
I think there's
JMPU is
some-
the Joint Military Police Unit, is that correct?
Yes, yes. So I think there remains confusion from the research I've done around where service members should go to report an incident. And I think we heard, I was listening, different services collect data differently in terms of incident numbers. And there's no centralized body publishing those numbers. And the annual reports that Defense puts out really focuses on sexual assault. And so even they aren't using the term that they set out. So sexual misconduct is a key focus, but really in the annual reports, we only get data on sexual, or we primarily get data on sexual assault. So it's sort of a confusing set of disclosure locations. And I think there's particularly confusion around the role of SEMPRO, the sexual, help me with an acronym, please. SEMPRO, Sexual Misconduct Prevention.
Response Office.
Response Office. Sorry, in Canada we have SMRC, and sometimes the acronyms can get jumbled in my head. It's the exact same body. SEMPRO is really not is really to provide support and not a reporting body. So I think that can be a source of confusion around data in means of reporting and also data collection and publication. Also, the Australian Defence Force has conducted surveys over the years, and I, in my submission, have sort of provided a history of surveys that have changed almost, in some cases, every year, then been halted, then restarted with a different name or with changed questions. Even the workplace surveys and unacceptable behavior surveys have just recently also had their names changed. And that makes it very difficult to understand trends, because essentially key elements of those surveys have been changed in some cases, making it very difficult to look at year to year at these issues. So it's very difficult to understand the nature of the problem, and that primarily comes from a data collection. Well, that's one of the issues.
And the importance of understanding the nature of the problem, what is the importance of that?
I can't imagine how you could solve a problem that you don't understand the nature of it. And so I think it's very difficult to know, for example, where most of these assaults or forms of violence are happening. Are they happening on rural posts? Or the rank of perpetrators, for example? There are key pieces of data that are missing that would help to initiate targeted solutions.
In your submission, you say that the ADF has a history of being particularly poor at collecting consistent, comparable and publicly accessible data related to military sexual violence. And you've spoken to those three issues. But in terms of publicly accessible data, why is it important to have that data made public?
Well, data is collected internally. Most incidents of sexual violence are investigated internally. I think it's very difficult to have external analysis, have external interventions, calls for change, if researchers like me or even families, victims themselves, can't access that data.
And my question about the importance of understanding the nature of a problem, would your answer also apply in terms of the importance of understanding the nature of deaths by suicide?
Yes.
And in terms of how Australia compares, I'm going to ask you some questions now about the incidence and prevalence of military sexual violence, in terms of how Australia compares internationally with Canada, both say in the data collection but also in the incidence and prevalence. Can you speak a little bit about the Canadian experience?
Yes, I think it's very similar, and this is goes back to the confusion around acronyms. Canada has responded in very similar ways to increased evidence of sexual misconduct in its ranks, with its equivalent to SEMPRO, which is SMRC, but similar kinds of issues around a lack of publicly accessible data. Another example that I mentioned in the submission is the US, which actually, again, potentially because of congressional pressure, has collected quite extensive data on sexual assaults and sexual harassment. And so it's an interesting comparison point because they actually have, I would argue, much better and more comprehensive data on this issue.
In fact, in your submission, you say that the amount and range of data is almost overwhelming. Is that correct?
Yes. They collect data on the rank of the perpetrators, what happens when, when an incident is reported, whether it's reported formally or informally, what's the outcome of that, where the location of the incident, the career trajectory of that victim. So there's so much more extensive data, and it has resulted in a greater understanding of the problem and understanding on particular bases or posts that have very high levels of sexual assault and sexual violence, so that there can be targeted responses.
Do you know if it's resulted in a reduced number of sexual assaults within the military?
It hasn't.
And do you know why it hasn't, if there is that data?
I think data helps us understand the problem. It doesn't help us necessarily solve the problem. So there's still the whole range of solutions that have to be created in response to that data.
Created by the defence themselves?
Defense or external bodies, yes.
And the US Department of Defense, they also release an annual report on sexual assault in the military and an annual report on sexual harassment and violence in the services. Is that correct? And that's
Yes.
publicly available?
And on the academies as well.
And their surveys are anonymous surveys, is that right?
Yes.
And is that important in terms of collecting this type of data?
It's very important. The two types of data I mentioned, incident reports and surveys. The reason why both are very important and having consistent data for both is important is it helps us to understand rates of reporting and potential rates of underreporting. We know that sexual violence is a very underreported crime, both in military context and the civilian context. A way to understand the extent to which it's underreported is to have a comparison between formal incident reports and the proportion of service members or veterans who report experiencing sexual assault, sexual violence.
And in terms of reflecting on how data has been collected on military sexual violence, both say historically and currently, in your view, what do you think this says about the Australian Defence Force's commitment to addressing the issue?
I mean, it's very hard to understand, to be honest. It's been an issue that's been at the forefront, has been brought to Defense's attention for decades now. There's no ambiguity. There's no reason not to collect better data. The amount of resources that are spent, for example, from all the different services collecting data differently, bringing that into central, and then having someone try and see how to smooth out the inconsistencies. It's not only ineffectual, it's labor intensive. And so it really defies all logic. And from a research perspective, even when I provided a summary of the different surveys that have been initiated by defense in the last 2 decades, again, it just defies all logic and basic principles of basic research collection in terms of understanding a problem. And so as someone who's really interested in understanding this problem, it's quite frustrating. And so of course, I can't speak to the intent of how this data is collected, but from an external perspective, it does not demonstrate serious commitment.
In your submission, you say it's a concerted effort to obscure the extent of the problem.
I mean, I think, again, I can't assume intent, but from a research perspective, it is impossible to understand the extent of the problem given the means of data collection over the past 20 years.
And in Canada, is it correct that Defence did not collect data on military sexual violence before 2016?
That's
and
correct.
There was, they then initiated a survey and there was an inquiry. Is that correct?
So there has been a class action lawsuit that in the last couple of years, and I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to.
Yes, and the Justice Deschamps inquiry.
Yes. So these are two different things. As a result of several high-profile cases in Canada, there was a 2015 review by former Supreme Court Justice Marie Deschamps. That was an extensive, in some ways very similar to the Broderick report, and very similar findings in the sense of finding a culture of a toxic culture that was leading to sexual assault, and several key recommendations. And as a result, better data has been collected since. Partly as a result of that, I referred to a class action lawsuit that is under sort of nearing completion.
The Commission yesterday heard evidence about surveys, and you've mentioned a number of different surveys. In your opinion, are surveys effective in creating cultural change?
So surveys are, if created consistently and delivered consistently, can be an important indicator of morale, of the number of incidents that are happening that are not reported. So in order to initiate change, I think you do need to have survey data to understand what's happening that may not be reported formally. It certainly isn't, in my opinion, a key, the only part of cultural change.
Just on that, what, in your view, what else does need to happen for cultural change to happen, particularly, say, with military sexual violence?
So with military sexual violence, and I realize cultural change has become embraced, which is, I think, positive. I do think it's cultural change that's important, not sort of cultural optimizing. I think a couple of things. So one is to have a shift in who and how we think of the good soldier. And I think that there has been some discussions around that. I think that it's important at recruitment and in initial training to make it very clear that hypermasculinity and sort of macho culture is not embraced. And so that would involve ensuring that hazing practices or don't continue, for example. I do think a key part of cultural change that is very, at least at this stage, has been resisted, relates to leadership. I don't think it's easy or possible necessarily for existing leaders that have thrived and had their careers progressed under the existing what's been described as toxic culture in the Canadian context or dysfunctional culture should be the lead agents of change necessarily, or can be the agents of change. I think we do need to do a very serious review of the existing leaders, how they've handled sexual misconduct, their record on handling cases of sexual misconduct, for example. And I do think that cultural change has to have external oversight. And so part of the culture change should be led, but also monitored from the outside. I think it's very difficult for those in the existing system to lead and then monitor themselves around culture change.
Thank you, Professor. Operator, please display exp.0003.0010.0773. Professor, this is an article that you wrote called "Will Letting Women Fight Fix Gender Equality?" And Operator, if you could please go to the paragraph in that article that refers to the brass ceiling. Professor, is letting women fight and is increasing the numbers of women in defence an answer to sexual violence?
It hasn't been for the defense forces that I've studied. So since I published this piece, I have done more extensive research with a fellow researcher, Edda Gneiden, and we looked in greater detail at what happens around key indicators of gender equality in defense forces. So recruitment, retention, promotion rates in particular. After women are integrated into combat roles. And it's important to remember that when those policies were being changed, particularly in Australia and in the US, there was some discussion about it being a solution or a positive response to sexual misconduct. For those of you who may remember that former Minister of Defense Stephen Smith announced the opening of roles, combat roles to women very soon after what's colloquially referred to as the Skype sex scandal or the high profile case in 2011. So there is this assumption that opening roles, combat roles to women will be helpful in alleviating inequality. The data suggests that it does very little. And in fact, there's some suggestion, particularly in research focused on the US, that there may be blowback factors and higher incidence of sexual misconduct as a result of sort of trying to put women in their place.
And despite the growing understanding, albeit maybe slow, within the defence context about military sexual violence, you have previously written that military sexual violence rates worldwide are remaining steady, or in some cases are rising. Looking particularly at Australia, do you agree they are rising, and why do you think the numbers are rising, or at the least steady and not going down?
It does seem that numbers are going up, and rates of misconduct or unacceptable behaviors in the ADF in general are going up. It's a very difficult question to answer, and in fact, there's different opinions on why rates are going up. Of course, there are some, particularly within defense organizations, that have argued that it's because a positive culture has been created where victims feel safer coming forward. It's very difficult to measure that and assess whether that's accurate. there's been some speculation, again, mentioning the US military, that that there is a sort of a blowback factor to opening up roles to women in that defense force, where rates increased significantly, I think 38% between 2016 and 2018. So that it's very difficult to know why. I think if we think about root causes, in terms of a lack of cultural change, that's another possibility. So there's a number of potential factors. There's no single answer to that.
And do you know what the rate of sexual assault is in the US military?
I'd have to, I don't have it in front of me, so I'd have to.
That's fine, Professor, but are the rates there going, are they on the rise as well, or at least not on the down?
The rates in the US are increasing significantly. Yes, that's the rate I mentioned. They've increased, I think it's between 2016 and 2018, the rates increased 38%. And
in your submission, you refer to the Australian Defence Force Annual Report 2020 to 2021, and you say, you refer to the 187 reported sexual assault incidents. Of these 187, only 9 cases proceeded to a trial and only 5 resulted in a guilty outcome. Do you believe these numbers underrepresent the incidence of military sexual violence?
Yes, I think there's evidence to suggest that.
And on what basis do you say that?
I think the existing survey data we have from the Australian Defence Forces, the workplace AIHW, the workplace surveys, and previous unacceptable behavior surveys had a higher incidence reported by Defence Forces.
And what do you think could be done to increase the number of survivors who report sexual assault incidents? What do you think could be done to increase the numbers?
So to enable reporting? Yes. I mean, I think I can speak to, it might be easier if I speak to some of the reasons that we know service members don't report.
Yes, Professor, on that, that was where I was going in terms of the next questions. I might just ask the operator to please display exp.0003.0010.0039. And while the operator is displaying this is an article that you co-authored and published in the International Studies Quarterly in 2020. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in the first, if I could just have, operator, the first paragraph under introduction. Thank you. You state there in the article, sorry, operator, could you please just scroll that up just a little bit further so that I can see it? I can see it now. Thank you. That you say in there that you think that more than 80% of people who've experienced sexual assault do not report it, or sexual violence, sorry, do not report it. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's quite a staggering number, Professor.
I agree.
And in your opinion, in your expert opinion and the research, that it indicates that those numbers. How do you come to that conclusion?
So a number of different studies have come to that conclusion, and of course, it's impossible to know who doesn't report. But even I think in previous testimony, we had some indication of what a small percentage reported incidents are compared to total number. So the main mechanism for understanding that gap really is around surveys versus incident reports and understanding the percentage of individuals in anonymous surveys or in a research group that report sexual violence and then indicate that they did not report the incident.
And you were going to say before, you were going to speak to some of the reasons as to why people do not report. Would you like to now respond to that?
Sure. I mean, again, I'm just referring primarily to existing research, and then I'll speak to, of course, my own findings, largely drawn from speaking to service members. But in terms of research, has found that victims don't report. There's a number of reasons. One, a US study found that between 25 to 33% of victims reported that the perpetrator was, that the ranking officer was a perpetrator, and so they didn't report because of that. A second reason is lack of confidence that the reported incident will be handled adequately within the chain of command. So in another study, for example, victims reported that the perpetrator was friends with someone in the chain of command. Third, concerns that the victim survivor will not be believed or will be labeled a troublemaker or whistleblower. And another is concerns they will lose their job. And then I guess for me, and some of this research kind of signals this more broadly, a culture of silence or a generalized culture where sexualized jokes and harassing behavior is normalized to such an extent that it becomes difficult to sort of have a sense of which incidents reach the threshold for reportability. And so from my own research, I found that women are often groomed or are often experience harassing behaviors or over a period of time, and either don't understand the behaviors or don't define the behaviors as misconduct or harassment initially, or they do report something and are not believed and then come to understand that that should be accepted. And so I think this sort of gets back to the definition of military sexual violence and why it's so important to count what are sometimes referred to as low-level incidents or harassing behaviors in our overall understanding of sexual violence.
And are you aware of any of the statistics regarding for men who have been subjected to military sexual violence?
So I'm aware of specific reasons why men may not report, and there hasn't been great data disaggregation in some cases for incidents for men, but we know that existing work suggests sort of ideals around military masculinities, stigma, around mental health and being seen as a victim are barriers to reporting. We also know from existing work from Ben Wadham, who I believe has been part of the commission, that men in particular are prone to normalize harassing behaviors and hazing behaviors and come to define them as sort of hazing practices rather than sexual assault.
And so is there an issue about recognizing the behavior within the frame of sexual violence? Is that what you're saying, that there's an issue about the person who experiences that, them recognizing it for sexual violence and perhaps minimizing it to and using terms like hazing?
Yes.
You talked in your submission you stated in your submission, and you've just mentioned it now, about the fear that the chain of command will not handle the report properly. This is from your submission. and that their perpetrator may in fact be in their chain of command. One of the recommendations of the interim report into Defence and Veteran Suicide Prevention is to implement a complaints mechanism outside of the chain of command. What are your views about this recommendation?
I think that's a recommendation that has been made consistently for at least a decade. And I strongly support it. I think that the Australian Defence Force has not shown that it's able to reduce sexual misconduct, sexual assault, sexual violence internally. I think it's very difficult. There's the existing reporting mechanisms, the existing way of investigating incidents means that there is so much opportunity for conflict of interest. So if you think about the barriers to reporting, several of them are very unique to service members. So unlike a civilian, for example, reporting an incident could mean that they lose their job, could mean that they have to work with someone where behaviors are going to intensify or they're going to receive blowback. And so I think having an independent body is so important to reducing barriers and to addressing this issue.
And thank you, Professor. You have also undertaken some informal scoping interviews with female spouses of members of the Special Forces. And I know that you wanted to say something about that today at this Royal Commission. Can you tell the Commissioners about this work as it relates to defence suicide or defence mental health?
Yes. So after the public event that was mentioned earlier, I had two female spouses of Special Force members approach me and ask to speak to me about suicidality as it relates to family members. And it led to a series of conversations and some other informal meetings, really trying to understand their perspective. And what the message that came through to me, or that they really wanted to make clear to me, was that particularly in a Special Forces community, there's such a culture of hypermasculinity. There's such a culture also of secrecy around health issues because service members really want to appear deployable, appear fit. They're competitive with each other. And so when service members are facing mental health issues, they are very unlikely to come forward to seek support. There's concerns that seeking support will sort of, quote unquote, be on their record or somehow be known to other members in the Special Forces communities. These women I spoke to also talked about mental health and pressures on female spouses of male Special Forces members and how the pressure that they are under as support, as sources of support and sort of maintaining the secrecy. And so, I didn't feel I had the expertise to initiate a broader research study on this particular issue. It is something that I continue to sort of be aware of. But I do think it's an important piece, and I do feel like these women really felt like there was no one else to share their stories to.
Thank you, Professor. In your submission, you recommend that cultural change is necessary for preventing military sexual violence. You have spoken on some aspects of cultural change, and you've referred to hypermasculinity. Can you outline, say, the key steps for achieving, what you would say anyway, for achieving that necessary cultural change?
So, as I mentioned earlier, I think a couple of things. So one, I think there could be some clarity around accountability. I think for decades, the Australian Defence Forces and other defence forces have used the language of zero tolerance, and in fact have referred to a zero tolerance policy when it comes to sexual misconduct. There is in fact obviously no zero tolerance policy, and no clarity around what zero tolerance actually means. And so I think either dropping that language, because I do think it is offensive to victims who experience sexual misconduct, quite frankly, to consistently hear that there's zero tolerance. I think that there has to be external oversight of cultural change. As I mentioned earlier, I do not think that existing leaders that have thrived and been promoted and had successful careers in an environment where sexual misconduct and military suicide has not been addressed effectively. And actually, data hasn't even been collected adequately enough for us to really understand the problem. I'm not sure those are the leaders that can forge cultural change and can manage and monitor what that cultural change should look like. So I think external oversight over cultural change with some clear indicators. I think surveys, that there are existing surveys monitoring culture that I think are important. I think that the rates of unacceptable behavior and sexual misconduct really should be seen as key indicators of whether cultural change is actually happening. It can't sort of be a rhetorical tweaking of culture. It has to be significant. And so I think, and as I mentioned previous, I do think some clarity around this good soldier and delinking it from combat and combat operations, and having a sort of different approach that focuses on respect and restraint rather than combat ready, I think would be very helpful.
Thank you, Professor. I note the time, Commissioners. I don't have any further pressing questions.
Thank you. We'd probably just have a couple of things we'd want to discuss. Commissioner Brown?
It's always more than a couple. Commissioner Golders. Thank you so much, Professor Mackenzie. That was terrific to hear all of that work that you've been doing, and it's really important work. Just to put a couple of points of clarification before I ask a couple of questions. One is, you started out talking about military suicide and defined that as being defence and veterans. But then you were talking about kind of military sexual violence. And I'm assuming that you're talking there about serving defence only and not veterans. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So we don't have any data in relation to risks for veterans? Well, sorry,
So
ex-serving,
actually,
I possibly should define that as.
I think this is where the term military sexual trauma is actually quite helpful. And this is, I would assume, part of the reason why the Department of Veterans Affairs in the US has focused on this term and really looked at the long-term impacts of sexual violence for service members and for veterans. And so most of the existing information we have on veteran populations comes from the US and focuses on this term MST, or military sexual trauma.
Okay, thank you. Just one other point of clarification is in relation to, you talked very early on when you were talking about military suicide about, if I remember correctly, contributing factors. And I just want to clarify whether you were, in using that term, implying causative factors or just factors associated with suicide, because there is obviously a significant distinction between the two.
No, I'm definitely using the term to refer to research that looks at, I'm looking at the exact, that are associated factors, not causal factors.
Okay, thank you. In terms of, you talked about the data can provide an understanding but not necessarily solutions. And we've certainly heard our Defence Force yesterday talking about how they're seeking understanding. From your experience, what would be the best way for them to seek the solutions? Do you have a kind of model that you could put forward that might work to generate solutions rather than just understanding?
Are you talking about sexual violence?
Yes, sorry. Well, I guess it applies to both issues.
Yes. Yes. I mean, I guess this is why the delays around data collection are so frustrating, because I do think solutions have to come from the data that we collect. And so, for example, if we had clear data that sexual violence was a particular problem for this particular rank or on this particular post, you could designate solutions based on that data. And so I do think that the delay on effective data collection is an obstacle to creating effective solutions. I mean, I certainly think that there's a range of solutions or suggestions that victims and advocates have put forward for a long time now, and one of them is independent reporting. But in terms of using the data to generate solutions, it's a real obstacle if you don't have good data.
Just in terms of, you talked about the in the US, for example, the rates have gone up, and the challenge of understanding what that actually means. Is it because people feel safer to report and we're getting a truer indication of what's happening, or is it because actually the incidents are increasing? And part of that goes to the safety of the environment, I guess. Are there other measures that we can use kind of in parallel that might help us understand the safety of the environment? Because ultimately that's what we're looking for, whether we're talking about military sexual trauma or whether we're talking about military suicide. We're looking for an environment that is protective, albeit that in its ultimate, it might put you in a warlike situation, but in every other circumstance, we want a protective environment. Are there measures of what might constitute a protective, safe environment?
Well, I do think the question that is included, I think, in the annual report, based on anonymous surveys, on whether service members feel that an incident of unacceptable behavior, whether they feel like incidents are being handled effectively. I actually think that's a very good indicator of a supportive environment. Whether you trust the leadership to handle unacceptable behaviors, whether that's abuse of power, bullying, hazing, sexual misconduct, I think is a very important indicator. And actually, it's not great for the ADF. If you think, I think it's around 60% think that instances of unacceptable behavior have been or will be dealt with effectively. That means there's 40% of the population that doesn't think. So I think actually that's a very good indicator. I mean, I can go on, but I don't know if you want me to.
I could go on too, but I won't. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas.
Thank you very much, Professor. I have three questions I wanted to ask. I've read in a couple of documents that Canada is one of the best comparators for Australia in respect of the issue of suicide within the military. Do you have a view about that?
So I think that's accurate. Again, my primary area of expertise is sexual misconduct, and so I think I can't elaborate much more on that.
Okay, thanks. In your submission, you referred to the class action in Canada and said that there were 90,000 claims made. I gather it was in a situation where there was no statute of limitations applicable. Can you tell me roughly over what period those claims extended?
I would have to check. I do not think there's a statute of limitations on it at all. But I'm not sure. And I think the class action is a very interesting example of what happens when you have an external body, in this case, class action, where victims can come forward regardless of the time of the incident and report. And what much of the research, or the initial research on that commission class action suit, has found is that survivors are not motivated by money, but finally have an opportunity to have their story heard. And so that was, if I was sort of creating solutions to sexual violence in other contexts, I think having an opportunity where there's sort of an open call, whether it's a class action, it doesn't need to be a class action, but an opportunity without a statute of limitations for victims to come forward and explain their experience. I think that's quite powerful and could be a key part of cultural change. I think we even heard earlier today on the importance of acknowledgement and apology and understanding the experience of survivors.
I suppose I'm making a comment now rather than a question, but I understand from something else I read that the Canadian Armed Forces total about 120,000 at any given time. That figure of 90,000 claims seems remarkably high. Did you want to say anything in respect to that?
I mean, it is very high, and it's much higher than anybody anticipated. And I think actually there's sort of almost an overwhelm in the Canadian context of what to make of that, and how even to go through the data that will produce in terms of the types of incidents and what it says about underreporting. And so this is why I think understanding underreporting is so important, because if you provide this opportunity for victims to come forward and you have this influx, to me, it shows potentially that there's been, a lack of ability to come forward previously.
And my last question relates to the article which Ms. Bridget took you to most recently, where you say that there's strong evidence that the numbers of complaints of military sexual violence are merely the tip of the iceberg, with research from several countries indicating that more than 80% of victims of MSV do not report. Have those figures been compared by gender? So is the percentage similar amongst men as amongst women?
So I think we, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, I think there are research studies to indicate that that men are even less likely to come forward to report sexual violence, or even to understand their experience and define an experience of sexual violence.
Is that particularly in the case of homosexual attacks?
I think it's I'm not sure. I think that I think it's really around acts that are understood as hazing, or understood as simply expected parts of sort of hazing practices. But certainly it can be it can be associated with sexual assaults from other men.
Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioners.
I haven't had a go yet.
Apologies, Commissioner.
No, that's all right. I just have one issue to raise, and you've mentioned in a number of ways, Professor Mackenzie, the importance of leadership and more specifically, the importance of the rank and file having faith in the leadership to deal with issues that are brought up. Did you have any opinion, or have you had a chance to look at the training or basically whether leaders receive enough or appropriate training in terms of dealing with these sorts of issues, so that when they go out into the field, they're actually adequately prepared to deal with these issues? Is training something you've looked at for leadership?
Yes, I have looked at training for leadership. I've looked at officer training in the US in particular. I guess what I would say is training is a very limited tool. When you think of a service member who's had an entire career in a particular environment and has thrived or either been part of unacceptable behaviors or turned a blind eye around unacceptable behaviors, that when those individuals potentially reach leadership positions, I'm not sure that training is enough to provide significant cultural change.
So what I'm hearing, I guess, is that training is all well and good, but it's more about an accountability framework that ensures that leaders do the right thing. Have I got that right? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. I didn't mean to cut you off.
It has to be
Ms. Bridget.
external.
No, Commissioner, I should be the one apologising. I do have one question. I do note the time, but if I could seek the indulgence to ask this question.
Yep, please go ahead.
Thank you. Professor Mackenzie, Commissioner Douglas just referred to the article that this question relates to, and the article is called Illicit Military Behaviour as Exceptional and Inevitable, Media Coverage of Military Sexual Violence and the Bad Apples Paradox. Can you, in a brief summary, just tell the Commissioners what is meant by Bad Apples Paradox, noting the work that you've done around the media and the portrayal of military sexual violence in the media?
Okay, how can I will really promise to try and be brief, and you're asking an academic to summarize their article briefly.
Yes, I did note that, and my apologies, Professor, to leave it right at the end.
No, that's fine. I'm happy to do so. So the Bad Apples Paradox is really getting at this idea that historically, and of course this has changed actually recently, incidents of misconduct, whether it be hazing or sexual assault, in the Australian Defence Forces has often been written off as bad apples, as evidence of a service member who is not in line effectively with the existing culture. And what's, I guess, a paradox for that is the ways that service members are. Military culture is described as needing to be unique in order to be effective, that combat soldiers have to be trained in a particular way. That's essential. It's essential that it's unique, and they're, of course, in a unique work environment. And so in some ways, incidents of sexual misconduct or other forms of misconduct are described as, in some cases, just a normal blip or unfortunate outcome of this extreme environment, and also described as normal, and also described as bad apples. And I guess one of the other important, just to sort of put in context and findings of that piece, and I think it's helpful for the work of the Commission, is understanding that this pattern of scandal where attention to sexual violence has really been dominated, and I would argue it's similar with suicide, has been dominated by particular cases that have been, for whatever reason, gotten significant media attention. And you can mark over time attention to media coverage on military sexual violence. It goes up in around particular cases. And you can also mark the defense commitments to zero tolerance directly following a scandal, and that pattern continues. And I guess that pattern represents, I'm departing from your question, I'm sorry, but that pattern does represent real people's lives as well. And so this pattern of sort of reinventing the wheels, but also returning to normal is part of what I'm trying to draw attention to in my work.
And from your research, is it your opinion that the incidence and the prevalence is more than just a few bad apples, if you like?
So my research for the last decade has really looked at how dysfunction is baked into military culture, that from initiation to how service members leave, hazing, harassment, illicit jokes, exchanging photographs, all of this are very much have been a part of military culture, and are normal. And so trying to frame them as bad apples is actually misunderstanding. And this isn't to paint all soldiers in a particular negative light at all, but it is to understand that sexual misconduct has existed since we've been able to collect data, that harassment and bullying has been a key part of military culture. I heard testimony around the need for peer support. Well, this is actually what the band of brothers and camaraderie was meant to be. Service members are really sold on this idea of camaraderie. And actually, for many service members, it is not a positive environment. And I think that gap between the expectation and the reality is really difficult.
Thank you very much, Professor. And thank you for coming and speaking to the Royal Commission today. We're very grateful. And Commissioners, I have no further questions, and thank you for allowing me that indulgence.
I understand Commissioner Brown has one more question.
Sorry, just in relation to those last comments, I've read elsewhere about the difference between the bad apples versus the poisoned orchard. Is that what you're describing, is the poisoned orchard?
Yes.
Thank you.
I think Ben, well, anyway, I think Ben Wadham definitely is the expert on that, but I think it is really trying to understand systematic dysfunction.
Thanks very much, Professor, and we thank you for your time today. We really appreciate it. I hope it wasn't an inconvenient time of day where you are, but we're grateful for, and we've certainly given us a lot to think about today.
Chair, I accept that this wasn't sworn evidence. Was it envisaged that anyone else has a right to cross-examine?
I think certainly if you have anything you want to raise, please go ahead.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions, if I may. I'm not suggesting that the rates are equal, but you accept, don't you, that underreporting of sexual misconduct is a societal-wide problem?
Yes.
And one of the issues faced by those trying to measure underreporting is that it is impossible to know who has come forward that wouldn't have come forward previously. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
You used the term respect in relation to one of your answers 10 or 15 minutes ago, correct?
Yes. If I can just go back to the last question for a minute, I actually don't think it's impossible. I think that surveys and class action lawsuits and opportunities for victims to come forward at later dates, there are actually possibilities to understand who didn't report an incident.
It's a question that, oh, I didn't mean to interrupt you, sorry, had you finished?
No, that's finished, yeah.
It's a question that criminologists and sociologists have grappled with for decades, isn't it?
Yes.
And as yet, if you did have an answer to how that measured out, you would have put that in your research, wouldn't you?
Well, I have indicated that the main mechanism for understanding the gap between reported incidents and potential total number of incidents is surveys. It's the number of people who report experiencing those behaviors in a survey that's anonymous, where they can indicate that, but and clarify that they didn't didn't make a formal report, then we have some clearer data. We don't know from surveys if every single person answers that on a survey either, but it gives us a clearer sense.
And is it for that reason, do you endorse surveys being undertaken by Defence Forces, including the Australian Defence?
Yes.
Now, can I go back to where I was a moment ago with the word respect? It's a word you used in answer to a question. It's a key word, isn't it?
Yes.
And what you would hope is that Defence Forces emphasise respect as part of their key values and their core values for the culture they're trying to create.
Yes, one of several, yes.
But respect for one's fellow people is actually the key to trying to avoid things like sexual misconduct, isn't it?
I think it's one factor. I mean, respect is a very subjective term as well. So I think yes, it's an aspiration. I think that's part of a number of factors. Yes.
And you're aware, aren't you, that that has been emphasised in Australian Defence now for a number of years?
Yes.
Now, can I just go back to the reporting question? The ability to report anonymously is very important in order to try and understand what is actually going on in terms of numbers, correct?
Yes.
The other important aspect of reporting is the ability to go outside your immediate chain of command. Do you agree with that?
Yes, or to an independent body, yes.
You agree, though, with the proposition that people would perceive there being risks for them in reporting to their immediate chain of command, but where it is they can go outside that chain of command, that's an important development. Do you agree with that?
I think in some cases, for some victims, simply being able to go outside of the chain of command, but within the existing institution, is not a positive development.
And then the final piece of the proposition is, I think what I understood from what you were saying is you need to have a culture where people feel that it is perfectly safe in order to make the complaint.
Yes.
And at least as a first step, you agree that being able to do that anonymously is likely to encourage people to make that complaint.
We do have evidence from the United States, for example, that being able to make restricted reports has been embraced by survivors. It makes it more difficult for defense to come up with solutions to address it, but having anonymous reporting can potentially be one of a series of responses that could be positive.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Ms. Bridget, anything arising?
Just one question, Commissioner. Professor, isn't the importance of that staggering statistic that 80% do not report, isn't the importance of that for the Australian Defence Force to try and put things in place to ensure that more people actually do report?
I would think so, yes, or to understand better from victims why they haven't reported in the first place.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Ms. Bridget. I understand I don't have to excuse the Professor from her appearance notice. Okay. If there's nothing else, we'll adjourn for lunch to reconvene at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
All rise. The Royal Commission will now adjourn until 2 o'clock. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Mr. Gray?
Thank you, Commissioner. I call Miss Justine Gregg, who's under her former oath from yesterday, and also I call Vice Admiral Michael Noonan, AO, Chief of Navy, and also Warrant Officer Deb Butterworth, OAM, CSM and BAR, Warrant Officer of the Navy, and they will be giving evidence in the next panel, and they'll be giving evidence concurrently.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gray. I just place on the record, I have met, I think, Admiral Noonan in a social setting once or twice, but we're not close acquaintances, and I don't think it's going to affect anything in terms of the proceedings of the Royal Commission, but I just wanted to place that on the record.
Thank you. I'd ask
Thank
that
you.
Admiral Noonan and Warrant Officer Butterworth be administered the oath.
Vice Admiral Noonan, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Warrant Officer Butterworth, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
During this panel session, I'll be mostly directing my questions to Admiral Noonan. And Admiral, if you feel the need to refer the question to Warrant Officer Butterworth or to the Deputy Secretary, Ms Gregg, you're free to do so, but I would ask that you first exhaust any knowledge that you have on the particular topic.
It's clear, thank you.
And I'm going to start by displaying a passage from Pathway to Change 2012 that I displayed yesterday. I won't assume that you have any familiarity with the proceedings yesterday, and I'll give you an opportunity to comment on this. Operator, please display INQ 0000 0001 1295. Admiral Noonan, are you going to be able to read off that screen?
I can
Would you
see
like-
that, yes, thanks.
Would you like it moved? If you would like it moved closer.
It's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
And at page 1300, in the second half of the page, there's a paragraph, in fact, 2 paragraphs, touching on, in effect, what's called the diarchy, the departments and the CDF's views about cultural intent at the time. And it said in the middle paragraph there, despite our great strengths, you see that, Admiral? Do you want that expanded? Great. Despite our great strengths as an organisation, it's all too apparent we're not uniformly good. And then there are some other things said. And it then goes on to say, we've learnt to our cost that we do not consistently meet these high standards, and more worryingly, that our culture has tolerated shortfalls in performance. In the next paragraph, the document goes on to say most of these failures are personal, but our inability to consistently address them quickly points to flaws and gaps in Defence's processes and the need to reshape aspects of our single service and whole of Defence culture. Put simply, we cannot be entirely satisfied with all aspects of our current culture. There are parts that serve us poorly, which limit our performance, hurt our people, and damage our reputation. Now, Admiral, were you in a senior position back in 2012 when this document was produced within Navy?
This document, produced in 2012, was produced within Defence. Wasn't produced by Navy. I was Commodore. I was the Commodore in charge of training for the Navy in 2012.
Yes, my question was a little ambiguous. So the document was produced within Defence, but did it have any Navy contribution?
Well, absolutely. The Navy cultural change journey essentially began in 2009, with the establishment of the New Generation Navy program. So much of the Navy work on culture that's was contributing to Pathway to Change was established through that program. So yes, this would have been reflective of the Navy views at the time.
Thank you. What were those aspects of culture that reflected on Defence poorly as regards the Navy?
Well, certainly back in 2008, 2009, we recognised in Navy that our behaviours across the organisation were not consistent, and that there were elements and pockets of behaviour within Navy that did not live up to the standards that we sought and that we needed to be a disciplined and high-functioning team. And so certainly the work that we did in 2008, 2009 in establishing the NGN program was absolutely designed at improving culture. And I think I would say that even in 2021, we aspire to a perfect culture, and we will continue to adapt the way we manage culture within the Defence Force and in the Navy. But there is no finish line with the work that needs to be done. So while I'm very proud of what we've achieved since 2009 and the launch of NGN, there is and always will be more work to do.
In the perceptions of witnesses who've given what this Royal Commission's calling lived experience evidence, now that's evidence of a subjective perception of the effects of things experienced and of those experiences. And these accounts, being subjective perceptions, haven't been the subject of cross-examination, but in those accounts, there have been references to the following sorts of issues that could be described as cultural, and this is across all across Defence, not necessarily only Navy: hazing and bastardisation, at initiation that is. The propensity for strong team spirit to be taken too far and become tribalism with the potential for ostracism. Hypermasculinity with the potential for misogyny and a culture of sexual harassment, and worse, perhaps. Also involving suppression of emotional outlets and the potential for overuse of substances like alcohol. A culture of silence involving not jacking or dobbing on your mates. At that sort of serious physical end in manifestation of hypermasculinity, the potential for sexual assault and other sexualised misconduct. Other forms of mistreatment, including physical abuse, bullying and harassment. And then impediments including perception of career disadvantage and stigmatisation in relation to help seeking, particularly when related to mental health. And lastly in this list, what's sometimes been called administrative trauma or even administrative violence, that's a term used by some sociologists, which is to denote psychological harm from disciplinary and administrative processes. And indeed, whether somebody's at the receiving end of the process or is unable to get what they perceive to be justice through the process. Admiral, are they the sorts of issues, and I can take you through each of them if you wish, but do you recognise that Navy had those cultural issues at 2008? Is that what Next Generation Navy was seeking to address?
Well, thanks very much. There's a lot in that question, that statement.
I can break them down if you wish.
No, I'm happy to address it. I guess, first of all, I'd like to acknowledge the testimonies that have been provided through the lived experience witnesses that you've had during the course of the Royal Commission proceedings thus far. It takes extreme courage to relive and tell those stories, and I want to acknowledge those that have done so thus far, and I know there will be more to come. None of us like hearing those stories, but it's important that they're told and that the people feel that they can tell them. That wasn't always the case in our Defence Force. I listened very carefully to the testimony this morning by Ms Wilson, and what she described was abhorrent. Should never have happened to her and should never have happened in our Navy. But sadly it did. And while I would aspire to have a Navy and a Defence Force that is free of such behaviours, I also acknowledge that there are behaviours that occur from time to time, still today, that we are not happy with, not proud of. But certainly my role as the Chief of Navy and the custodian of Navy's culture and the leader of Navy's people is to chase, aspire, do everything I possibly can to stamp out incidents of poor behaviour and ensure that our culture is as good as it possibly can be and reflects the standards of society. The individual acts of behaviour that you referred to, I don't deny that incidents of those natures have occurred in the past, and certainly one of the focuses of the introduction of Navy's core values in 2001 was to establish a value set based around honour, honesty, courage, integrity and loyalty to provide a moral compass for our people to focus on, and ultimately we developed those values into a set of signature behaviours, drawing very heavily on the learnings from the SHINE model, And so I would suggest that while 2008-9 was an anchor place for the inception of NGN, our focus on culture, our focus on values, and our focus on behaviour probably really became sharp in 2001, 2002.
What were you doing, and when I say you, I mean Navy, to measure progress in the interventions that you mentioned, Admiral, at beginning in 2001 with the introduction of the Navy values and then the development of the signature behaviours on the SHINE model?
So back in 2001, when we established the Navy values, we did an extensive amount of internal and external consultation with our own people and the Australian public. We were in fact running a news poll survey every 2 months back in 2000 and 2001 to gauge the public confidence in Navy after what had been a particularly difficult period for us in the late 90s. We also drew heavily upon internal surveys, such as the USA survey that I know has been spoken about. We engaged a number of external communications and cultural change experts. Certainly in 2000, I was involved in work with the Phillips Group that were directly managing and measuring Navy's performance in terms of expressing and living up to our values. When we started our cultural change journey with NGN, we were engaged with the Nous Group, and while they helped us design the NGN structure, we subsequently re-engaged them in 2012, 2015 and 2018 to measure our progress in terms of the NGN strategy. Along the way, we continued to use the external support that was available through Ms. Gregg's organisation, and certainly the use of the USA survey and the Pulse surveys that were discussed yesterday were elements that Navy continued to evolve. We actually have evolved the Pulse survey, and for those that aren't familiar with Pulse survey, it's the profile of unit leadership and satisfaction of effectiveness. So it's looking absolutely at the leadership of the organisation. And the adaptation that we've made to that was the Navy Pulse, which we've run essentially 2 to 3 times a year, looking at specific elements and specific work groups within Navy. So there's some examples, but the example of measurement that I am most proud of and is most effective is the work that we've been doing with human synergistics since 2010, where we have been conducting organisational cultural inventory work and organisational effectiveness inventory work. We have undertaken 6 of these surveys across the entirety of Navy over the last 12 years, and they allow me to drill right down into not just the unit level, i.e. the ship or establishment, but right down into work groups within the unit. Within these, the OCI, which stands for Organisational Cultural Inventory, actually measures 31 different causal factors of behaviour and culture, whereas the Organisational Effectiveness Inventory measures the outcomes and what has changed, and that's measuring 12 different elements. And what we have been able to measure is improvement over time, over a longitudinal survey, which shows that over a 10-year period, we've seen an 85% increase in the respect for our members internally improve. So measurement is important and cultural measurement is difficult, but I would like to offer the Commission that Navy has undertaken significant efforts over the last 12 years to not just improve our culture and our behaviour of our people, but also to measure it in a way that we can benchmark it against world standards.
Thank you. Admiral, I can't help noticing that you're referring to an A3 sheet in front of you, and I imagine that's got some of the details you're referring to, and you're refreshing your memory via that, and there's no criticism of you for that. But I do ask for a copy of that, please.
I'd be delighted to provide that to the Commission.
Thank you. If we're able to have a copy of that now, my junior can start reading it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, Admiral, I take it that the synergistics surveys will have the 6 synergistics surveys over the 12 years will have a report distilling the outcomes in a form that can be shared with the Royal Commission. Is that right?
That is correct. There is extensive reports. As I've indicated, these surveys have been taken across the entirety of the Navy, and we've done those on 6 occasions. They go right down into the unit level and right down into individual work groups. But I would be delighted to share all 6 reports with the Commission.
Thank you. And the NOUS Group reports of 2012, 15 and 18, or rather, I'll withdraw that. You said NOUS did evaluations, you might not have used the word evaluation, but in effect evaluation of cultural change in 2012, 15 and 18. Likewise, are there reports distilling the outcome of NOUS Group's work in those years?
Yes, there are. And just to be clear, the work that was undertaken by NOUS in 2012, 15 and 18 was a measurement of the success of our implementation of the program, not actually as a measurement of Navy's culture. But I'd be very happy to provide those documents and those reports to the Commission.
Thank you. And can I just ask whether these activities were under the implementation plan of Pathway 2012 to the extent that they take place in or after 2012, or are they effectively initiatives that Navy took through some separately constructed strategy?
Well, I think it's fair to say that the Pathway to Change initiatives of 2012 and 2017.
We'll start with 2012.
I'd like to address both as you've raised them.
Well, no, I was just asking about 2012 because, Admiral, just if you can answer the question, it's just 2012 at present that I'm asking about.
Sure.
2012 runs to 2017.
Yes.
Let's just focus on that period first, and it'll be a little bit easier for the Royal Commission to take into account the evidence that you're giving.
Sure.
And also, you'll probably be familiar with the fact that Pathway 2012 had quite a detailed implementation plan with 175 recommendations included in it to be implemented.
Yes.
Hence my question about that implementation phase, 2012 to 2017, if you wouldn't mind.
Thank you for clarifying that question. So in 2009, at the launch of NGN, the New Generation Navy program had a plan of initiatives, and we were well into the delivery phase of those when the Pathway to Change strategy was released in 2012. What we did at that stage was we mapped those 175 recommendations against the NGN plan and implementation program. And as a result, we made any necessary adjustments to our NGN program to ensure that there was complete alignment with Pathway to Change. So the evolution of NGN over the last 12 years, 13 years now, has been directly influenced by alignment to Pathway to Change in 2012 and again in 2017.
Thank you. So just sticking with the implementation phase and the 175 recommendations in 2012 to 17 first, the mapping that was done, was that very soon after 2012? Are you able to give the time frame in which that mapping occurred, mapping NGN to the 175 recs?
It was done at the time of release of Pathway to Change. It was immediate.
And is there a document that contains the outcome of that mapping exercise?
I'd have to take that on notice. I am confident that the work was done. How that was actually recorded, I'd need to take on notice. But what I can assure the Commission is that the subsequent NGN strategy was directly reflective of Pathway to Change.
Now, Next Generation Navy, is that still the cultural change strategy, or is there now a new one that's replaced Next Generation Navy?
So NGN,
that is the cultural
NGN
strange.
started the journey as New Generation
And
Navy.
I'm only talking about the Navy, I should say.
And so am I.
Yeah.
New Generation Navy started in 2009 and was directly led by Vice Admiral Russ Crane, the Chief of Navy at the time. The program has continued to evolve under the direct leadership of the Chief of Navy of the day. And when I took over as the Chief in July 2018, I wanted to, I guess I used the word supercharge NGN, but more importantly, contemporise NGN. I relaunched NGN in 2018 with a deliberate change from New Generation Navy to Next Generation Navy. My reasons for that was that the cultural change program had been successful in its first 9 years in educating, inculcating and leading the current serving members of the Navy, bearing in mind that when the program was introduced, we had to go through a significant education program with every person in the Navy to indoctrinate them into NGN. I was satisfied by 2018 that NGN, a bit like KFC, was a well understood acronym. It was our cultural change program, but the subtlety of changing from new to next was my manifestation of ensuring that those that follow us into our Navy were coming into a Navy where they felt that this was their program, and that we were preparing the Navy for the next generation of leaders at all ranks. And so what we essentially did in 2018 was to relaunch NGN with a specific focus on 5 cultural pillars, those being valuing our people, developing leaders who value teams, enhancing resilience, instilling a sense of purpose to every person in the Navy, and driving for professional and technical mastery across all elements of the Navy. We've since evolved this to include social mastery so that every person in the Navy is being developed. They feel valued, they feel respected, they understand their position in the team and how they can contribute to the high-performing team that we need to do our job every day.
What's the connection between those can I call them values?
Yes.
Those Navy values in the relaunched Next Generation Navy as from 2018 and the 6 cultural priority action areas identified in Pathway to Change 2017, the whole of Defence cultural change strategy.
So the Navy values of 2001 that I previously mentioned essentially endured through until we adopted the defence values in 2020. Those 5 culture pillars that I've just described were evolved and developed in line with Pathway to Change, reflecting upon the importance of developing leaders, the importance of respect and value for all, and then for Navy, a specific functioning on high performance teams. Our environment is somewhat different to others. We live closely together, we sail away together, we rely very heavily on each other in our ships. And so the value that we have placed upon being high performing individuals as ultimately part of a high performing team is a nuance that we have driven in NGN that is above and beyond what might have been described in Pathway to Change 2017.
I just want to pick up now, moving really from those positive values to the potential negative underlying cultures that may have existed and may still persist. And I think the best way into this, Admiral, is to actually pick up on what you just said about the peculiar, to use that word in the old-fashioned sense, the specific and distinctive elements of Navy operational requirements where people have to work together in crews, in vessels, be they submarines, ships, smaller vessels, over extended periods. And while that brings with it the positive elements of teamwork, there are some challenges that it presents as well. Would you agree with that? I'll come to them in just a minute, but at a general level, you agree that...
I absolutely agree that the environment that we work in is a challenging one.
And maybe the best way to start here is to ask you to look at some elements of the Defence Abuse Response Task Force report in 2016, and I'm confident that you'd be familiar with it. Can I just ask at a general level, was that taken into account in the construction of these cultural transformation measures within the Navy?
Yes, it was, absolutely. And the DART task force, as you've referred to, specifically reviewed the abuse that occurred at Lewin Barracks in Western Australia, where we were training junior recruits through the 1950s, 60s, 70s and 80s, and did highlight a number of areas of abuse. And certainly the task force and those people who came forward as a result of that led to a significant amount of work in Navy and did lead to a number of individuals who sought for restorative engagement processes, and I was personally involved in no less than 6 formal restorative engagements from people who suffered abuse during that time.
Well, I'll just ask quickly about those while you mentioned them. DART related to conduct or behaviour, in effect, that had occurred before a particular date in 2011, and restorative engagement was available in respect of what? Just those behaviours? Just the behaviours that were within the terms of reference of DART, or is it a continuing process? And
it's a continuing process, and anybody who comes forward with a historical claim of abuse is entitled to, should they seek it, a restorative engagement process. And there is no time limit on when those have occurred. I've personally conducted restorative engagements with people who were abused back in the 1970s, bordering on when I was born, through until the period that you referred to in the early 2000s.
And Admiral, the next point really is, perhaps I should have made that a bit clearer anyway. If something happens now, today, is a person still able to ask the Navy for a restorative engagement from a high-ranking naval officer?
Yes, they are, but I would qualify that by saying that there is extensive other mechanisms that are also available to ensure that we don't get to that point of needing to have a restorative engagement. The restorative engagements that I was referring to, those historical claims of abuse, were as a result of failures to take action back when the abuse claims or the actions of abuse had occurred. And certainly, as I've previously indicated, while there are still elements of behaviour that are less than ideal, the actions that we take in response to any action or any complaint is swift, it is complete, it is transparent, and it is absolutely focused on ensuring that...
Thank you. I get the drift. We're going to have to keep moving. I'll ask you to just comment on some aspects of the data. Operator, please bring up EXP 0003 0013 0053. And while it's coming up, Admiral, I'm just going to be referring you to, firstly, an overview of just the last decade of the matters that DART was considering. That's on page 28 or 0092, please, operator. I noticed that the Navy was mentioned specifically in the context of having higher, in fact the highest on a service basis, number of sexual abuse and sexual harassment cases sampled, and a high percentage of those cases involved abuse on ships. And just harking back to the point made about the challenging environment Navy operates in, obviously if you're on a ship, you're on a ship for an extended period with the same group of people. Has this got something to do with a prevalence of, or a higher level of, sexual abuse and harassment in Navy and specifically on ships? Is that something you've looked into?
No, I do not agree that this necessarily means a higher degree of abuse and harassment on ships. What the report indicates is a higher degree of reporting.
I'm sorry, the operator, if you could please go to the heading 3.1 overview. Thank you. Yeah, that's where that passage is, just so the Admiral can read it.
Yes, I'm familiar with this report and the statistics that it provides. I do not contest the statistics, but I do offer the context that during that period, Navy was well advanced with its cultural change program, particularly around ensuring that people felt that they could come forward and report cases. In your very first question, the culture of silence that had previously existed was something that we had been well addressed by this period, and I acknowledge that Navy's reported incidents of abuse may appear to be higher than others, but I would contest that is a reflection of the culture of openness and people being prepared to report incidents at all levels.
Mr. Gray, Chief of Navy, if I may add. One of my reflections of
Warrant
the...
Officer, maybe just bring the microphone a touch closer.
Apologies,
Yes,
Mr.
go
Gray.
ahead. Thank you.
Mr. Gray, Chief of Navy, if I may add, one of my reflections of the start of the NGN journey was we did a lot of work with all our people, but at small team levels around actually understanding what values and signature behaviours were in an open environment. Every single member of the Navy, from Chief of Navy down, did those workshops. The first one was making the change, so actually understanding what the different values and signature behaviours meant. But where I feel that the Royal Commission might benefit from some insight is we actually did a navigating the change program where we actually road tested in a conversation, in a workshop, if this is a bad behaviour, how would you navigate that change? And we gave skills to our people to come forward. And I feel with reflection that may have in fact allowed some of our people to feel more comfortable to come forward in that period.
Thank you for that. Now, even assuming that's right, and you may be right, and you're advocating that Navy might have had a healthier reporting environment by the time of DART, you'd expect, would you, there to be an even approach to reporting across the different kinds of abuse that can occur, be they sexual assault, other sexual misconduct such as harassment, or other forms of abuse related to physical abuse, harassment and bullying. If that's the case, I just want to show you a graph that suggests that the sexual abuse and sexual harassment forms of abuse looked at by DART were higher in Navy than for the other services, and I'll ask for your comment on that. And I'll just, in fairness, show you the graph I have in mind. It's page 91, 0155, please, operator. And just to explain to the public, you're obviously very familiar with this, Admiral, and maybe Warrant Officer Butterworth as well, but to explain to the public, the figures on this chart are simply, as I understand them, percentages of, I beg your pardon, they're not percentages, they're percentages on the left-hand axis, left-hand axis. And I think they're percentages in full of a particular form of abuse compared with the overall reports of abuse. That's how I read the graph. It's graph 46, if you could please expand that, operator.
Thank you. I can see the graph, and I don't dispute what's displayed there.
So, for example, Admiral, where it says 74 for harassment and bullying, presumably there must have been cases that involved both harassment and bullying together with sexual abuse or sexual harassment or physical abuse. Otherwise, one would total all those figures and you get to more than 100. Is that how you read the graph?
Yes.
Yes, and you see there's quite a high preponderance of the dark blue bar for the Navy and the red bar for the Navy, and they represent sexual abuse and sexual harassment respectively, and there are higher levels of those compared with the other two services. Did Navy have a sexual abuse and sexual harassment cultural issue compared with the rest of the ADF at the time, Admiral, in this decade?
Look, I'd characterise that by saying any incident of sexual harassment and sexual abuse is unacceptable. Whether the number's 37%, 10%, 5%, it's still unacceptable. And I don't seek to compare myself to others in the Defence Force or in Australian society. The leadership of the Navy is committed to stamping out all incidents of sexual abuse and sexual harassment.
Thank you. Can I ask about the referrals from DART for disciplinary action by the Chief of Defence Force? Was Navy involved in that process? There were 130 odd cases well, there were 130 odd cases referred to potential prosecutory action, as I understand, but another 130 referred to potential disciplinary or administrative action. Can I just ask you about that second set of referrals? Was the Navy involved?
I would expect so. If there were people who were still serving in Navy and subject to the outcomes of DART in terms of disciplinary procedures, I would say the answer would be yes, but I'm not personally familiar with specific incidents that were referred from DART.
Okay.
What I would say is that certainly during my time over the last 6 years as the Deputy Chief and now the Chief of Navy, any historical case involving sexual misconduct that has come to my personal attention of serving members has seen me take action to remove those people from service.
All right, thank you. Well, just for the sake of completeness, just ask the operator to display page 18, that's 0082. Right near the bottom of the page, there's mention of the referrals to the Chief of the Defence Force for possible administrative or disciplinary action and a breakdown. And the third bullet point, when it comes up, near the bottom of page 18, indicate that those referrals involved 180 alleged abusers. So clear, if we could just expand that, please, operator, for the Admiral. Penultimate dot point. Those matters involve 180 alleged abusers, so just obviously some of the complaints related to more than one alleged abuser, and 41 alleged mismanagers. And I imagine, tell me if I'm wrong, that must refer to people in the chain of command who didn't take the action they should have. Is that a fair interpretation?
I would interpret it similar to that, yes.
And do you have any personal knowledge of any action within the Navy on these referrals against that category of people, alleged mismanagers? I don't know how many of them were in the Navy, but do you have any personal knowledge?
I do, and certainly we have tracking and reporting both within our HR system and certainly within our incident management regime within Navy, where if we see incidents, and particularly repeated incidents of poor performance or poor management, that would serve as a flag to take administrative action with an individual, which could range from targeted training, mentoring, reskilling, through to administrative sanctions, or in fact removal from service if we see that somebody's behaviours have not been able to be corrected over time. And this comes back to the core of our cultural program and our values and behaviours. And this continual management and measurement of our people's performance is core to this.
Just a question there. Are you talking about the people whose behaviour has led to the incident being recorded, or are you talking about their manager, that is their officer commanding?
Well, in the context of this question, mismanagers could be anything from bystander behaviour through to simply not taking correct procedures to manage a particular case or not reporting a case, through to not providing the requisite type of assistance to a victim of abuse. So, in my experience, what I've described is the sort of actions that we take when somebody has failed to take the required actions to adequately manage a case involving abuse.
Is there an instruction within the Navy that would require anybody witnessing unacceptable behaviour to report and take action? And if so, how long has that instruction been in place?
In terms of a specific instruction, I'd have to take that on notice in as much as it's actually a core tenet of our values and our behaviours. You know, one of our 10 signature behaviours addresses that very point. And so it's a lived value, it's a lived behaviour, it's a lived experience. And on the face of that, if somebody fails to live up to those behaviours and those requirements of our Navy, administrative action can and is taken. And I can provide personal example of where I have taken action during my command tenure to remove people from places of leadership as a result of my loss of confidence in their behaviour, and some of that does stretch back to historical incidents.
And again, Admiral, when you talk about behaviour in that context, are you talking about their failure to take action about other people's behaviour?
Yes, and in some instances, their own behaviour.
I see. What about, so let's just focus on the bystander behaviour, and let's in particular focus on people who have command responsibilities over others, whether they're commissioned officers or non-commissioned officers. Can a person in that position of command responsibility who stands by and doesn't take action, if they come to know of unacceptable conduct, be demoted or discharged from the Navy for a breach of discipline?
Simple answer is yes. Somebody in a position of leadership in any element, at any level, who fails to take action in response to an incident will be held personally responsible and accountable. And that could involve, or that will involve, some form of inquiry, which could lead to administrative sanctions or, in fact, disciplinary outcomes, up to and including removal from service.
Okay, and next question, not just focusing on incidents that are actually reported, but moving now to the sort of survey material that you referred to, and it sounds impressive and I look forward to reading it, but the sort of survey material that you referred to earlier from Synergistics, for example, possibly from the Pulse surveys, I might ask you about them in a minute, where you, to use your words, reach down into not only units, but work groups within units. Can a person with command responsibilities face demotion, or at least, you can deal with these separately, or at least an adverse factor against promotion, depending on the outcomes of the surveys of the climate, if I can use that word, the cultural improvement of the unit they're responsible for?
That's a long bow, but I see where you're going.
Is the question clear?
The question's clear. What I would say in response to the question is that all of the different measurements and tools that we use for measuring provide us with metrics, and where we see pockets of good behaviour or good example, we seek to understand what's working well and expand that across the Navy. Where we see things that aren't working well, we would say, okay, we've got a problem here, and we need to then drill down into it to understand it. So if I had the results of an OCI of a particular ship within the Navy, which focused into a particular work group that had a higher level of dissatisfaction than we might expect, what it would lead to is not action being taken directly against an individual based on that survey, but the initiation of an inquiry into that ship, into that work group, which would then form the basis of follow-on actions, be they administrative or disciplinary. So data provides a measurement of culture and behaviour, which then allows us to focus our attention on promoting or correcting and that would be generally done as a more deliberate and focused inquiry with very specific terms of reference, and we would go through a very thorough process, invoking due process, to ensure that if anybody was found to be wanting, that procedural fairness, etc., was provided to them.
Okay, so thank you for that. Just shifting the focus away from what one of those OCI, and pardon me again, Organisational Culture Index, was that it? Inventory, thank you. Shifting away from looking at the particular work group or unit and data in the nature of a survey that's told you something about that unit, and looking at the officer or the non-commissioned officer, looking at it from their perspective, or the dimension of whether they're going to progress in their career in the Navy. Is there a process by which their performance is reviewed and they're considered for promotion from time to time? I assume there must be.
Yes, so there's two elements. We have an annual performance appraisal system under which every officer and sailor is appraised. It's generally against a set of criteria and a scaling of up to 10 scalable descriptors against a particular performance factor. And then following that, the second part of the report has a free text area where the supervisor and the higher level supervisor would make specific comment on and recommendations on an individual's suitability for further advancement and or promotion. And that occurs for everybody on an annual basis. Getting back to the human synergistics work, as we take our people through their various preparations and training for further advancement, they undergo leadership and cultural training at every stage of advancement. And through that lens, many of them are also subject to personal OCI assessments, where they go through a process of 360-degree reporting by peers and supervisors, which then allows us to essentially get the circumplex, the human synergistic circumplex of characteristics and behaviours of an individual, where we can sit down with that individual one-on-one and say, what we are seeing here is an abnormally high amount of passive-aggressive behaviour, for example, and we would sit down with that individual with the data and work through that. And, I can think of some great examples of some junior and senior leaders in our Navy who have been shocked to be presented this data for the very first time and say, I had no idea that my behaviour was viewed like that. And for some individuals, it's actually been a life-changing revelation. So it's a very powerful tool. So while I use this tool at the organisational level, we also do use it targeted at the individual level at each step of development and promotion.
Now, the obvious question is, how do you decide when to use that individualised OCI circumplex as you described, the 360 process? How do you decide?
So how do we decide?
It's not everybody by the sounds of it. It's just occasionally for some individuals. Is that right?
I might ask Deb to give the current context. As part of the introduction of this work in 2010, it was a lot of people in the Navy. I've done it personally 3 times. And typically we continue to do it when people are advancing through the ranks to the next stage. And we've also done it as part of the navigating the change process. Deb, have you got anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, thank you, sir. It was predominantly done about 5 years ago in our rank groups of Chief Petty Officer through to Lieutenant Commander. and gusty in some occasions up to commander. The reason it was targeted at those rank groups, they are in the positions that you've identified Mr Gray's influence, and they are the people that make those decision points around bystander behaviour, taking things forward. It was a mandated requirement for those rank groups that would be done every 3 years, so you could actually understand. It wasn't just about the data though, it was about offering those members coaching and development and making sure that that was contemporary to allow them to develop.
Is there scope, Warrant Officer Butterworth, for extending that OCI, individualised OCI, downward through the ranks? Because although Chief Petty Officer and Lieutenant Commander are no doubt influential ranks, there are work groups that are heavily influenced by non-commissioned officers below those quite lofty ranks, aren't there?
Yeah, one of the things we've done is get a lot in our new reporting system that has social mastery rolled into it as of September last year. We rolled out social mastery, so it's how we actually, the application of social and emotional intelligence to be a high-functioning individual. There is a self-reflection tool very similar to the 360-degree reporting that you can opt into at the moment. In the fullness of time, that will become mandated for all our people.
All right. Now, can I just ask whether there is, and Admiral, I'll direct this to you, whether there is a document which might not exactly have this name, but a name akin to an accountability framework for leaders in the Navy. And we've heard a little bit yesterday about the efforts to, in effect, develop a whole of defence accountability framework or a leadership accountability framework. I think the name might be a little fluid, but is there such a document within the Navy?
Yes, there is. I have 5 articulated outputs for Navy. Essentially, their current operations, future capabilities, engineering and seaworthiness, people and culture, and governance.
And sorry, just to stop you there, these 5 expected outcomes are in the accountability document, are they? The accountability framework?
No, they're in Plan Polaris. Plan Polaris is my articulation of the plan for the Navy during my command tenure, and specifically under the area of governance, where the Deputy Chief of Navy is directly responsible to me for the governance of the Navy. We have produced an Australian naval publication, 001, which details the command responsibilities and accountabilities across Navy. And I suspect that is the sort of document that you are seeking to have visibility of.
Yeah, I did have a look at a large A3 sheet on the internet called Plan Polaris.
No, that's the plan, but the specific document detailing command accountabilities and responsibilities is a separate publication,
right,
which I can provide and tender in evidence to the Commission.
It's publicly available, is it? Publicly. When you say
It would not be sitting on the internet, but
No.
but there's no reason why I couldn't make it available to the Commission.
Thank you. And when was that issued?
It's undergone a number of iterations and refinements. It was first issued in, I'll say, 2016, as we iterated under the One Defence model from Australian books of reference to what are now referred to as Australian naval publications. The latest version of that particular document is probably 12 to 18 months old.
Okay, and is it under review to integrate it with a whole of defence leadership accountability framework?
In terms of our review of documents that refer to our accountabilities, our structures, they are very dynamic and would be under review as things change within the defence construct. And so hence...
Forgive me, that doesn't sound like a direct answer. I think you just...
Well, it does.
You're talking about the generalities.
Well, you asked me the direct question. I said
the direct question, is it under review?
It's under constant review as things change around me, and hence the latest version of it's 12 months old, and I'd expect that I would issue another version of it as things change.
Ms. Gregg, can I just ask you, when you were giving evidence to the commissioners yesterday about the evolution of a defence accountability framework, was it the case that your impression was that there was going to be a whole of defence leadership accountability framework, and there were efforts underway to create such a document?
So in terms of the accountability framework in our conversation of my evidence regarding the Rufus Black report and then the first principles review, yes. So there is a continuation in terms of defence absolutely requiring an accountability framework. An aspect of that is leadership. So the leadership and accountability framework at that enterprise level is currently under consideration with the Enterprise Business Committee.
Right, and is that different from the document that Admiral Noonan's just been speaking about? That's a separate piece of work, is it? Is that what you're saying, Ms. Gregg?
So I'm talking at an enterprise level, and I think the way there are layers. So similar to Pathway to Change and the cultural reform programs of each service, the layer here we're talking about is an accountability framework across the whole of defence.
I see.
That's what I'm talking about.
So
and my document would drill down.
Just pardon me for a minute, Admiral. So, Ms. Gregg, is your, and perhaps clarification wasn't needed and it was simply my misunderstanding, but are you saying that your evidence yesterday about there having been, in effect, quite a long period of time during which there were attempts to create an accountability framework, that evidence shouldn't be understood to refer to an accountability framework for leaders making decisions, but at an enterprise level for each service delivering on particular outcomes? Is that what you're saying?
No. So, sorry, not quite. So the accountability framework that I'm speaking of, the role accountability. So accountability of roles, and a particular leader may be in that role. So what are the accountabilities in the Department of Defence for the role of Deputy Secretary People or the role of Chief of Navy?
Right.
So whole of system accountability framework.
And at the centre is the Department of Defence and the Minister and the Secretary going to have any responsibility for anything resembling an accountability framework for the actual performance of the duties of the particular leaders, or is it simply going to stop at denoting the allocation of responsibilities to leaders in the sense you just described?
The accountability framework is to be a component of our performance statements, so a component of our whole business model.
But you won't... Are you saying that at the centre, the Department of Defence won't be trying to coordinate a leadership accountability model for officers within the Navy, officers within the Air Force?
We will at the highest level, yes. We will, yes. At the highest level, we will. And the services or the groups feed into that. So at the highest level, each service and group will feed into that overarching accountability framework that talks to roles and accountabilities.
At the highest level of rank, at the highest level of generality, or a mixture of both?
Maybe if I could help,
I'll
Mr.
just let
Gray.
Ms. Gregg answer that one, and then we'll go to you, Adam.
So cascading down. So what are the accountabilities of the most senior leadership group in the department? That is to cascade down. Some of that work occurred with the first principles review, so role charters to cascade down through the organisation. So there is an alignment of those accountabilities.
Thank you, Admiral.
That was the point that I was going to make, is that I have a role charter issued to me by the Chief of Defence Force, and at the highest level I'm charged to raise, train and sustain the Navy. And I am, under that role charter, directed to issue orders and direction to my subordinates that are in line with the accountabilities and responsibilities that Ms Gregg has referred to. And the Australian Naval publication, which I referred to earlier, provides that level of direction and detail down to all elements of the Navy. And for my direct reports, my admirals of the Chief of Navy Senior Advisory Committee, I provide them with role charters, and where they feel that they need to provide their subordinates with charters that provide specific authorities and accountabilities for the actions that they're responsible for, they may detail that as well. But the accountabilities framework that Ms Gregg has referred to is consistently applied through the three services and across the department, and relevant charters and directives are produced as required to ensure that there is clear and uniform responsibilities and accountabilities for all people in the Navy.
Are the accountabilities expressed in measurable benchmarks or key performance indicators, for example, in the Navy's business plan or in some other document?
They are. It's obviously a complex mapping exercise because some accountabilities are readily measurable, some are less measurable, but where there are quantitative measures that are able to be taken, they will be detailed and referred to. And certainly we strive to measure everything as best as we can. And ultimately, the personal appraisal performance reports that I referred to earlier seek to provide both quantitative and qualitative measurement of people's performance, and that is used as the tool for accountability.
Defence at the centre uses the expression unacceptable behaviour for various forms of behaviour. Does Navy use that same expression?
Yes, we do.
And are rates of unacceptable behaviour either based on actual reports in whatever the Navy incident reporting system is? Is it Comtrack?
So Comtrack is one database, but the Defence Policing and Security Management System is the organisational database that I rely on and that we report into.
Okay.
And
are figures of unacceptable conduct as recorded in that database used as a measurable index or metric for whether expected outcomes have been met under this accountability?
Yes, they are. And I sit down with a representative of the Provost Marshal Defence every 4 weeks, and I go through each and every individual case that they're tracking in their database.
And Admiral, I don't think I have the actual Navy business plan. I'll just show you a document I do have. I think it must be an overview. But are these criteria for expected outcomes found in the business plan? Is that where I can look for them to see whether any cultural change outcome is being met?
Are you able to show me the document that you're referring to?
If we can just display, please, operator, DEF 1011 1000 2770. And just while that's coming up, the other services had more detailed, if we go to the next page, please, operator, had more detailed business plans which had tables towards the back of them that had expected outcomes, including on matters of cultural transformation. I'm just wondering if the Navy has a more detailed business plan which has anything of that nature in it?
Short answer is yes. The business plan that you see before you is a high-level business plan that aligns with the Defence business plan. What I have sitting under this are a number of subordinate plans. I referred to Plan Polaris before, which is an outcome-based plan and a vision, a 4-year vision. I also have Plan Mercator, which is essentially a 20-year vision for the Navy. Yes, that's correct, Commissioner. Specifically around culture, I have the NGN plan. The current plan is NGN Plan 2020 to 2022, and I'm looking to update that to a Navy culture strategy in response to the next iteration of Pathway to Change, which I'm expecting to see sometime this year. And what I use to measure dynamically our performance against these plans is a system, a reporting system called the Navy Performance and Reporting System, which the senior leadership of the Navy reports on dynamically against the outcomes across the Navy plan. Given that is a database, it's a little bit difficult to provide you with a copy of it, but I could provide you with information of the NPRS should that please the Commission.
Thank you. In September last year, the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare issued their 4th update on veteran suicide monitoring. And for the first time, they reported on age-adjusted rates of female ex-serving veterans who'd taken their own lives, and compared that with age-adjusted, that is, age cohort figures for women in the general community, and that process indicated that ex-serving women under 30 years of age have 3 times the rate of suicide of women of their age in the general community. I take it that you would have noted that at the time, Admiral, when that was issued in September last year?
Yes, I'm aware of that report.
Did you have any knowledge that the rates of ex-serving female suicide, particularly in the younger age group, were so bad by comparison with the general community before that report was issued?
I guess firstly I'd say that any loss of life by suicide is a tragedy, and certainly it's something that I feel very deeply of. When I was a commanding officer of the frigate HMAS Parramatta, I had one of my junior officers suicide during my command. She was one of 5 serving Navy people who have taken their life in the last 30 years. I'm aware of 23 Navy people, and I use the term Navy people encompassing both serving and previously serving people. 23 Navy people have 23 Navy female people have taken their life in the last 30 years. That would indicate a number of ways that we've looked at this and things that we've done about it. And statistically, it's very hard to draw any meaningful conclusion from that overall number. What I personally did in 2003, when this young lady took her life as part of my ship's company, I put the entire ship's company through a suicide awareness and prevention program known as ASSIST. It was something that was essentially voluntary and not well known of back in 2003, but I put an entire ship's company through that program. Everybody learnt something from it. Everybody was touched by it. And ultimately, 6 months later, it saved the life of another one of my ship's company who was found in a position where he was seeking to take his life, but he was saved by his shipmates as a result of their awareness and their focus on the importance of looking after your mates and looking after the team. So back to the specific report that you're referring to, I don't dispute the report, but what I do say is it's very, very difficult to draw conclusions statistically when you don't know the details of every individual and what may have led to their loss of life.
You mentioned that it was not clear, and I think you said statistically, what might have been the causes of the 23 tragedies that you've just been referring to. Has the Navy looked into each of those 23 cases or the 23 cases as a group and tried to come to conclusions about contributory factors?
We have as best we can, and as I indicated, only 5 of the 23 actually occurred
During service.
During
I
service.
understand that, Admiral.
And deaths that occurred during service are subjected to a commission of inquiry by the Inspector General of the ADF, where an exhaustive inquiry process is undertaken and a determination is made as to whether or not there's a service nexus.
Yes.
or not.
What about the ex-serving?
The ex-serving members are more difficult, and that number of 23 that I've quoted is the total that I know of. It doesn't mean that there's not more. There probably is more. It's very difficult to know of the detail of somebody's loss of life after they've separated from the Navy, particularly if the suicide occurs many years afterwards, as some of these have. As best we can, when we have the information, we seek to understand whether or not there has been a contributing factor, whether or not there has been a trend of the nature of service, whether it be sea service or particular operational service. In 2020, I established a new position in Navy, the Director of Navy Past Workforce Incident Management, which is headed by a Navy captain who specifically looks into incidents of abuse, behaviour, loss of life that has occurred historically, so that we can understand as best we can what might have happened and what we might be able to do to prevent it occurring into the future. It's a difficult area, and as you would appreciate, in some cases there are complex dynamics at force which make it difficult for us to get a full and complete picture of what may have occurred. But we do look at it and we do take action as best we can based on the data that's available to us.
Thank you. Operator, please display a 2017 document generated by the Australian Human Rights Commission, DEF 1000 8001 7899. Admiral, I just want to ask you about the cultural reform collaboration with the Australian Human Rights Commission. Now, that may well have been something organised by the centre, by the department, but did the Navy have some involvement with that as well? And a couple of questions about this. Back in 2017, in this issues paper, there's a reference at page 5, 7903, to a series of issues generated by a male-dominated culture, and there's some specific examples given from a Navy context involving marine technicians. I believe that's what MT stands for when we get to that page. page 5, 7903. And operator, if you can please call out the text in the second half of the page. And there's then some pretty offensive material over the page for viewers who don't want to be exposed to disturbing misogynistic language. Don't view this for the next minute or so. We'll just go over the page under discrimination. We'll just show that briefly. And Admiral, my question is, the Australian Human Rights Commission had a collaboration with Defence. Was the Navy involved in that collaboration?
Short answer, yes. The Navy led the collaboration with Defence. We commenced our collaboration with the Australian Human Rights Commission in 2014, where we asked the Commission to specifically look into culture in one of our training establishments. We subsequently followed that up with inquiries into our training establishment at HMAS Creswell for officer training. Then we looked into HMAS Cairns in 2015. And then we have subsequently looked into individual work groups, and the Marine Technicians is one that you refer to. And we have an ongoing collaboration with the AHRC, of which I'm very proud. I have worked personally with Commissioner Kate Jenkins over the last 7 years now to target and take action in specific areas of concern within Navy, and I've been very grateful for the valuable work that the AHRC has done in providing me with external and independent advice regarding how to improve those areas of behaviour, particularly in those tribal areas, such as the one that you've described. It's been very effective. We have sought to release that information publicly, and in some cases it is confronting, and it's not behaviour that I'm proud of, but it's something that I'm proud that we have found and we have been able to take action against with the expert assistance of the AHRC.
Operator, you can take that page down, and viewers can keep viewing without having to read that. Admiral, the collaboration, you say, is continuing, and it's continued over the last 7 years, I think you said, but since 2017, the 5 years since then, at least. How many in-depth reports has the Australian Human Rights Commission produced on those tribal areas, or those pockets, I think you described them earlier, since 2017? I don't know that we've received those, but are there several? Are you able to give a ballpark estimate?
Yes, there 8 have been completed since 2014, so it's essentially one a year. Not quite one, or more than one a year. And I'm just trying to think in my own mind what work is currently underway and what level of completion it is. Typically what happens is
I'll just ask you a question.
So eight have been completed.
We're not going to get through everything unless you just answer as briefly as you can each time I ask a question, please, Admiral.
I've got so much I want to tell you, though.
Yeah, well, you can make a submission afterwards. Now, how do you determine what pockets or units or work groups you want the Australian Human Rights Commission to focus on? What data do you use if you use data?
So again, I refer back to the synergistics OCI, OEI data. If I'm seeing a trending area of behaviour in a particular work group, or if there has been a trend, and a trend that I follow weekly is the health of the Navy workforce. I currently have 15,430 full-time members of the Navy. I need a bigger Navy, and the way that I measure the performance and success of growing the Navy is through retention and recruitment. And where I see high rates of separation from the Navy, clearly that concerns me. And in the case of the MTs, the marine technicians, the intervention that we sought through the AHRC was in response to a growing shortage of marine technicians in the Navy, resulting as a result of a higher than sustainable separation rate, and concerns from within inside the community with respect to their recognition of their skills and their qualifications. So this led to that particular AHC report.
In a case like that, let's just take that exact case. Do you follow up with people who have separated from the Navy earlier than would have been expected? So they haven't just retired, but they've separated from the Navy and they've come from that work group. And do you try to understand whether they've been impacted adversely, whether their mental health or their well-being might have been affected, or even if they might have become suicidal? Is that something you follow up on?
Well, we follow up on people that separate from the Navy across all work groups. And as Ms Gregg referred to yesterday in terms of the total workforce model, I'm always looking for opportunities to bring people back into the Navy after they've had a period of separation, be it for personal or professional reasons. And that provides an avenue where individuals may express their feelings or their views or things that they might like to see done differently. And by and large, that is a positive interaction. And I've been very humbled by the number of people who have returned to naval service in the last 6 to 8 years, having had a period of separation.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt. My question was, do you follow up on their mental health and well-being?
Where there's reason to be concerned about their mental health and well-being, yes.
And how do you know if there's reason to be concerned?
If they've sought to seek medical support, or if there has been information that has come to hand to us that might indicate there has been an incident that could have led to incidents of trauma. And an example I provide of that was of our patrol boat community through the period of 2012, 2013, when they were dealing with the tragedies that were occurring at sea as people were seeking to come to Australia illegally, where there were incidents of women and children from foreign countries that were seeking to come to Australia in the water, and a number of our people were directly involved and affected by those events, and a number of those were marine technician sailors who were manning our patrol boats during that time.
Well, look, thank you for giving that example from 2012-13, I think you said, but it seems to me, this is what I'd invite to be drawn from what you said, that there isn't a proactive policy of looking at a matter of course into whether somebody is separated from the Navy, be it in one of these areas that have been identified as a pocket where cultural transformation isn't working, or more generally to see if they're doing okay and if their well-being has been affected by their experiences in the Navy. What do you say to that?
What I say to that is that certainly as people transition from the Navy, we provide a process of health and well-being assessment as they transition, and we provide direct information and records to the Department of Veteran Affairs, who have the ongoing responsibility for providing healthcare to veterans after they've transitioned from full-time service in the ADF. and they would then be responsible for any follow-up actions or any services that a member would require or seek following their transition from full-time service.
And if I may add, Chief and Mr Gray, part of the Joint Transition Authority and the evolution around the transition process and formalising that is the transition coach does reach out to the members holistically around wellbeing, but particularly around occupational opportunities, wellbeing and mental health through that process.
And how long does the transition coach do that for, Warrant Officer?
Period of 12 months to the best of my knowledge.
Yep. Now, Admiral, the AHW before that fourth update actually had been reporting on statistics of veteran suicide since I believe it was 2018. Are you familiar with those three earlier reports of the AHW?
No, I'm not.
No. If I just suggest to you that the AHW was reporting consistently over that period of about 4 years that younger ex-serving males had higher rates of suicide compared with general rates in the community. Is that an outcome you're familiar with?
I am familiar with that,
Yep.
yes.
And what's the Navy done, if anything, to look into what the factors might be driving that? For example, has there been any attempt to look at the people who've separated from the Navy earlier than expected and to understand whether people who've separated from the Navy are amongst those numbers of people who've taken their lives? And if so, what events during service might possibly have contributed to that? Has the Navy done any analysis of that?
Again, as I referred to earlier when we were talking about female suicides post-service, where that information most appropriately sits is typically within DVA and within the medical areas. It's not always provided back to Navy, but certainly through the Navy People Directorate, where we can get a sense of nexus of a incident or reason for a suicide post-service, we certainly seek to understand that. But it's not easy with cases that occur post-separation when the details of the individual or the causes for them making the decision to take their life is not made clear.
Back to unacceptable behaviour. Are you satisfied with where the Navy's at? Has the cultural transformation program you've been describing, including the measurements of its implementation and success, brought the Navy to a point where you're satisfied that the rates of unacceptable conduct are acceptable?
No, I'm not satisfied. Any incident of sexual misconduct or unacceptable behaviour means that we've got work to do, and I'm very proud of what we have achieved since the NGN program was initiated in 2009. But it will be an ongoing program. It will continue to iterate. We will continue to learn. We will continue to modify. And we will continue to do everything we possibly can to ensure the safety, the respect, the inclusivity of our people at all levels. I guess what I do follow, and as I did mention briefly, the workforce figures, in 2009, at the start of the NGN program, we had a 17% participation rate of female members. In 2022, that number is 23.3%. And what we currently see is the length of service of our Navy people is approximately 8 years. Men have an average length of service of around about 7.5 years, and females are staying longer than our men at 8.5 years.
Okay.
So I'm pretty proud of that, but it doesn't mean that I'm satisfied with where the cultural change program is.
Does the Navy have a bit of a gap in female participation at the senior NCO level?
Do you want to be more specific?
Yep. Is there is that overall trend of increased female participation in the Navy reflected also at the senior NCO level?
I'll ask the Warren Austin Navy to address that.
Yeah, thank you, sir. The female participation rate is growing in the senior NCO. Mr. Gray, you're right, it is lower than the 23% that the Chief just talked about across the whole workforce. And as the senior female enlisted in the Navy, looking in the rearview mirror, I feel that it's the 10-year journey that we've been on through the cultural journey, and the numbers of women that joined with me were quite small, and then obviously people have career breaks and leave. So it's going to take us a while. Now we're at 23% to move those women through the system into those senior NCO and into the middle to higher rank officer cohorts. One of the things that is a game changer for our women is particularly in the pathways to change about evolving defence culture. One of the pillars of that was having a workforce system that allowed people to have career breaks around having children, around professional development, and then return to the workplace. And we're starting to see more our participation rates go up because of that in those mid ranks.
And what is the current percentage of female participation at the senior NCO level in the Navy?
I would have to take that on notice. I am the rank sponsor for the Warrant Officer Rank Group, and the Warrant Officer Rank Group's sitting at about 14%, but I would have to take it on notice for accuracy.
Right, thank you.
And just by way of expansion, of the 10 current serving Rear Admirals in the Navy, 3 are female, so 33%.
Operator, please display DEF 1000 8001 8295. This is an overview of workplace behaviours, of the Workplace Behaviours Survey as at September 2020 for the Navy. And Admiral, I'll just ask you, it seems to describe a stable but high rate of Navy participants on a 3-year trend. This is in the first dot point. If we can call out overall, Navy trends have been stable and similar to whole of defence. The top left, yeah. Did you see that? Now, just ask you to note that. So there doesn't seem to be any material improvement, just a sort of a stability, at least over a 3-year trend, Admiral. I'll just ask you to bear that in mind and comment in a minute. Then if we go down the page to really every behaviour type, violent behaviours, if we just pull out so the Admiral can see the whole page, this is down halfway down the left column. Perhaps it'll be hard to read. I don't know if you can see it from there, Admiral, but violent behaviours were more likely to be experienced by participants with less than 3 years of experience and by female participants. Then female participants feature in virtually every category as particularly affected, except for the last dot point where it says sexual assault was more likely to be reported by participants with 3 to 5 years experience, and it doesn't distinguish between men and women. My question is, assuming you don't dispute any of these outcomes, you don't dispute them, do you? No. What have you done, if anything, to understand what the root causes might be of the various kinds of unacceptable behaviour, and are you concerned that the overall trend seems to be fairly flat? You're not improving markedly year on year.
I am concerned, and I don't dispute the figures, but I also highlight that the work that we have done has been absolutely focused on providing a culture where people feel that they can speak up and that they can speak openly about incidents that happen in real time and historically. And I would proffer that the reporting culture in Navy is very open, if not the most open amongst the three services. And so while I'm not pleased of the numbers, I would proffer that a contributing factor to these numbers is the reporting culture. And that doesn't mean that I can sit there and look at the numbers. I've got to take a material action. And this then drives us back into the cultural change work that we do, the education work that we do, particularly with young people who join, and we bring them into a new environment. We place significant demands upon them in terms of our professional requirements of them. We take them to sea in ships. We separate them from their family and friends for long periods of time. And in some cases, this does lead to incidents of behaviour that is not in accordance with the standards that we need and we require and we demand, and action is taken with respect to each and every case that we're aware of.
And if I can add, Mr Gray, you spoke about what have we done. One of the things we've done is partner with AHRC to create education products around inclusive behaviours and inclusive leadership. As you know, they are best practice to work with us. We have put those products into our initial training for our officers and sailors. It's the same product delivered in a different context, and the AHRC leadership, inclusive behaviours and leadership products have gone into all our Navy leadership development programs for officers and sailors. We only put those products into those courses. We developed them over 18, 19, and we've put them in since 20. So I think it's too soon in that reshaping and that best practice that we got from AHRC to understand where that's taking us, but that is what we've done.
Are the figures improving or still flat as at early 2022?
I don't think I can answer that, Mr Gray, because as you said, you've just given us the 2021 data.
Well, that was actually 2020, but that's the most recent I could find. In the material.
And that's why I don't think I can answer Mr Gray, because we didn't embed those programs, and as the Chief spoke earlier, every preparation rank there is training, and that some of our people will not have seen those products yet.
Operator, please display DEF 1000 8004 1016. And Admiral, I referred to contract. You said, well, there's contract, but there's also the, I beg your pardon, was it justice?
The Defence, Policing and Security Management System.
Thank you. And you prefer the latter. I don't have reports to hand from that, but this is contract?
Yes,
We report in contract, Mr Gray, through our fleet, and our Navy headquarters make sure they're all in the policing system too.
All right, so there's a reconciliation process, is there? So the two should reflect each other.
Correct.
Accurately?
Correct.
Well, everything in Comtrack should be in the DP SMS, but not everything in the DP SMS will necessarily be in Comtrack.
Okay, thank you. Now, might be difficult for you to answer this. I don't know how often you look at these, but this shows, as a snapshot in time, 105 cases currently open for Navy Group, 94 belonging to fleet establishments. Does that mean vessels?
That means our vessels and our commissioned establishments around the country, so...
Bases?
Bases, yes.
Now, it's a bit hard to see because it's partly obscure, but in green, the largest slice, the largest arc in this pie chart is sexual misconduct cases at 35%. And I'm just wondering, is that normal? Is that what you regularly see, both that there are about 100 cases open at any one time and that the largest...
Well, that's consistent with the data that you provided to me in the previous report, stretching back over the last 4 years. So,
well,
yes.
That's the trouble, isn't it? It's consistent with DART, So what's changed?
As again, I don't condone any of these issues or any one particular case. What has changed is the degree of reporting. What has changed is the degree of action that is taken. What has changed is the swiftness by which we take action, and the support that we provide to victims of any sexual misconduct. Now, of course, this statistic refers to sexual misconduct. It doesn't discriminate between sexual abuse and sexual misconduct. And what I would say there is that incidents of sexual abuse are a criminal matter, and I look at each and every one of those cases personally and regularly, at least monthly, if not fortnightly. And part of my frustration is that in many of these cases that remain open, they remain open for a long period of time. Part of the reason for that is that they need to be managed through the state processes, criminal processes, and outcomes depend very much on the state investigative nature of police forces and the judicial systems.
And particularly with sexual assaults or abuse, as you described, that form of behaviour, and probably other forms of sexual misconduct in the broader sense, do you accept that there's likely to be a significant margin of underreporting?
I accept that there will be a margin of underreporting. I don't know that I or anybody can quantify that margin.
Has the Navy tried to understand what that margin might be and what might be contributing to underreporting?
What we have tried to do and continue to do is encourage anybody who has experienced any form of sexual misconduct to come forward and report it through any one of the numerous mechanisms that are available to them, either openly or anonymously. Ideally, I would like to see every case reported and made via a formal complaint. When a formal complaint is made, the Joint Military Policing Unit is able to take action against the perpetrator and, where necessary, invoke criminal proceedings through state or federal police.
One of those themes in the lived experience evidence, which I mentioned at the start and which you didn't deny, was that there's a risk of a perpetuation of a culture of silence, not jacking on your mates. That must be particularly acute, mustn't it? Must be particularly acute in the context of a ship at sea. What
No,
is the Navy?
I do not accept that.
You don't?
I do not accept that.
If I may, sir,
Let's just hear what the Admiral's going to say on that, and then we'll go to you.
Thanks.
It's difficult for me to go into specifics due to privacy issues, but when an incident of sexual abuse or misconduct occurs in a ship, it is openly reported, and typically I personally know about it within hours.
My belief is, and I've been serving at sea since 1991, my belief is what's shifted in the last particularly 10 years is our men and women in our ships treat each other like brothers and sisters, and generally that then supports reporting. I'm not saying there's no underreporting, because I do believe there is, but particularly in ships, we're working in small, high-functioning teams. It is noted when someone is not as high functioning as they normally would be, and those questions are asked.
An example I might give would be in our submarine service, where we have had women serving in our submarines for over 10 years now, longer, to the point that they are actually in shared messing arrangements. And during my tenure as the Chief of Navy, I have not been made aware of a single sexual abuse or misconduct incident in one of our submarines.
Well, I guess that begs the question of whether that they might not be reported. It's a difficult one, a bit of a paradox, isn't it?
Or I could flip it around and say that the culture is so good in our submarine force is that there is zero or very low incidence.
Is there any place, this is a recommendation of Dr. Boss, the interim Suicide Prevention Commissioner, for a mechanism to enable reports of unacceptable behaviour to be made outside the chain of command, so routine reports. We're not talking about we're not talking about Ombudsman claims for reparation and so forth, but routine reports to be made outside the chain of command and in a manner that protects the identity of the complainant or witness and deals with psychological and physical harm as part of that process. Would that be practical in Navy?
Yes, it would be, but I welcome your clarity in defining chain of command. I know it was a question that was asked yesterday of the Chief of Army, and do we mean within the Navy chain of command to me, or do we mean in the wider Defence Force chain of command, which might include areas such as SEMPRO or the Inspector General of the ADF?
Well, I think we mean the Navy chain of command.
The Navy chain of command.
We mean the commanding officer and the commanding officer's commanding officer.
Yes. So short answer is yes, and I don't discriminate against any reporting mechanism that an individual may seek to use to report an incident of unacceptable behaviour. Ideally, I'd like it to be within the Navy chain of command, because that allows us to take very quick and decisive action. And typically, in the case of sexual misconduct, the sooner an investigation can be started, the more likely there is of being able to hold someone properly to account. But where there might be reason for somebody to seek to report externally, and SEMPRO is a good example of that, where people can report anonymously. They can immediately receive support. They can choose to name a respondent or not, and it allows them to be at the centre of the care and attention that is provided. I absolutely support a victim-centric approach to dealing with people who have experienced unacceptable behaviour, but ultimately I seek to hold perpetrators to account as well. And I absolutely take all action that's available to me when an official complaint is made and a perpetrator is named. And where that involves a case of sexual abuse, we get state and federal authorities involved immediately.
Amongst the other recommendations of Dr. Boss, there are recommendations in slightly different forms along the theme of using a peer support network of probably older and more experienced members or veterans who have lived experience to destigmatise help seeking. Is that practical? What does Navy think about that?
Yes, it is practical, and it's something that we practice in our Navy on a daily basis. The Navy divisional system is something that is unique to our Navy, and it does provide exactly that, a peer support network for every person in the Navy. Every person in the Navy, except for me, maybe, can identify with the next person in their ship or in their establishment who is there to support them on all matters of their of their life and their service life in particular. The divisional system does have a structure to it. Typically, there is a divisional officer, maybe an assistant divisional officer, divisional senior sailors, and the structure within a ship would be that all officers are divisional officers to members of the ship's company, and all senior sailors would play a role in that as well. So it is a formalised peer support network. Where we have an incident of somebody who is seeking an acute amount of attention and support, they might be posted to one of our personnel support units. We have 8 personnel support units around the country, typically in our major bases, our major establishments, where specialised and focused support, peer support, can be provided to an individual who's experiencing difficulties, and where external specialised support, such as a social worker or chaplaincy support or a maritime spiritual welfare officer is required, that additional support is provided around the PSU construct.
Can I ask about the Navy's position on unacceptable conduct involving violence, in particular within a family, within a defence family? So you've got presumably a member of the Navy with a family, and it somehow comes to the attention, even if it's at a work group unit or a base level or a ship level, that there are issues of domestic violence within the family. What's the policy, and what's the monitoring mechanism, if there is one?
So incidents of family and domestic violence in any part of Australian society is deeply troubling, and I would not suggest that it doesn't occur within Navy. It does from time to time. And typically the way that we become aware of incidents of family and domestic violence is through civil police action, typically through the issuing of a AVO or domestic violence order. And when a defence person is issued with an AVO or is charged by civil authorities, they have a responsibility, a requirement to report that. So,
sorry, when the police have a responsibility to report?
No, when an individual
when the individual receives the AVO,
yes,
they have a responsibility under Navy directions.
Yes, that's correct.
To report it to their CO.
So they would report that typically through the divisional system to their CO, and then that would become known to Navy headquarters through what we would call an incident report.
Is that what the system depends on? I mean, forgive me, General, beg your pardon, Admiral, but that seems like it's putting a lot of trust in the person who's the recipient of the AVO. Is that an adequate monitoring system?
Well, things that incidents that occur within an individual's home make it very difficult for us to have an invasive system of monitoring of people's behaviour, and again, it's a reflection of Australian society. I suspect that our reporting of AVOs is probably more transparent than other aspects.
But I suggest that that's a very weak link in any sort of system for trying to understand whether domestic violence is happening in the Navy community, because it depends, it's in effect trusting the person who's alleged to be the perpetrator of the violence to self-report, isn't it?
Mr Gray, one of the evolutions of the joint military policing units and their larger workforce is better relationships with local police. So So I do see your point, and I agree that the onus on the member is flawed. But as we've transitioned to better relationships with local police through the joint military policing, and it's not my area of expertise, but I know anecdotally from our commanding officers and our command warrant officers, they get that information through the joint military policing unit. And the other place that we have as cultural intelligence, for what a better term in this horrible subject, is through the Defence Military Family Support. We also get information perhaps
That's
from...
a separate organisation outside the Navy.
So, Mr Gray, that's in my...
That's in your area?
Yeah, so the Defence Family Support Branch and the Defence Family Helpline is a key mechanism here, which is a 24/7 helpline with trained social workers on the phone. So in terms of those avenues, there's a lot more to be said there, but important to know there is a welfare framework and system operating to support ADF families.
Indeed, and that's a very important thing to tell the public as well.
And so getting to where, the point of what do we do about that, in 2016 when I took over as a Deputy Chief of Navy, I was alarmed, personally alarmed by the number of AVOs that we had extant for Navy people at that stage. There was probably about 6 that were active. I found that difficult and confronting. And we immediately started work within Navy to develop a guidance and direction for leaders and managers in how to deal with incidents of family and domestic violence that we knew about within Navy, providing training, guidance, direction and help to members of the divisional system to look for telltale signs of behaviour. And that work essentially dovetailed into work that was occurring within Ms Grigg's Department of Personnel, which has then subsequently led to a defence strategy and policy with respect to dealing with domestic and family violence.
Operator, please bring up DEF 1000 8004 1324. Admiral, this is a document entitled Fleet Command Board Domestic Violence Review, March 21. And first question, are you familiar with this document, or at least with the process called Domestic Violence Review?
Yes, I am.
Yep. For both questions?
Yes, that's correct.
Yep, thanks. Now, there are some alarming things in this document, at least on the face of it. There's in the very first line, it says Comtrack reporting for violent behaviour for Navy increased 409% in 2020. I'll ask you to comment on that in a second. The next line says 19 had protection orders associated with them. I assume protection orders is a generic term for AVOs and the like in the various jurisdictions. So that's it's a significantly higher number, more than 3 times the number at the time in 2016 when you first started looking at the information on domestic violence.
Well, I'd proffer that was for the year of 2020, 19 total across all state jurisdictions. So my reference to 6 in January 2016 was at a point in time.
I see. So it might in fact be comparable.
It could be, yes. I don't know the total figures off the top of my head.
Depends how long they're outstanding and all that sort of thing.
Correct.
Now, what about the reporting? This is in Comtrack. This is not in the behaviour survey. I've got to tell you, I didn't have time to take you to the graphs, but the graph's fairly flat. There's a slight uptick in violent behaviour as a subcategory of unacceptable behaviour, but on Comtrack, which is the one of the 2 incident reporting systems, but they should be alike on data of this kind, there's a 4-fold increase in 2020. Has Navy looked into the reasons for that, and is that still the level it's tracking at, or has it subsided again?
Look, it is an alarming number, and I certainly do acknowledge that it was a spike in cases. we have looked at it and we have made some analysis as to part of the reasons why that might have occurred. I think that we did see a significant spike in domestic and family violence across Australia in 2020, which continued through 2021 as a result of COVID and people being in different situations. And of course, all cases are separate and different, but the spike that we saw in Navy was not inconsistent with what was being seen nationally.
Is it your understanding that that figure of 409% is solely attributable to violence in the home, or is it incidents of violence, whether they occurred in the domestic context or in a broader service context?
Could we go back to the actual bar chart again, please?
Yes. Operator, please go back to page 1324. And if we just go down, please, operator, to the bar chart in the second half of that page.
So a couple of comments I'd make with respect to this bar chart is that the nature of our reporting seeks to capture all incidents of family and domestic violence, and it is reported differently from state to state across Australia. In fact, the term AVO is not consistent across Australia. And what we have sought to do there is capture it as best we can as a total figure. What you see there in absolute numbers are disturbing numbers, 49 cases in 2020. But in an absolute sense, it represents an increase of 37 cases in 2020. So statistically, it is alarming. In absolute numbers, it is alarming. But in terms of understanding the reasons, I've offered a view, and without being able to interrogate the data on every single case, it's very difficult to give information about trends that we've done there. But what I would say...
But my question was, are these all incidents of domestic violence? Is that your understanding?
They are, but again, defining what the domestic violence might actually be is difficult.
Understand that. But it's the attempt and the aspiration is that this is a region of incidents.
That's right, and on a weekly basis, I personally review every case of an AVO or a DVO that's issued against our people.
All right. Self-reported by the member, though, still.
Or known to us.
Or known to us.
Or otherwise known,
Yeah.
all right. On page 1326, paragraph 12, I'll just start reading it out. It says, concurrently, there is no clear guidance on reporting domestic violence in Comtrack, noticeably when there is no physical violence or protection orders involved. There is further concern noting that protection orders can be interim or final and are often preventative in being used as a tactic in relationship breakdowns and or child custody disputes, compounded when the allegations are untested. So this is under the heading other challenges. Is that still the case, or is there now guidance about recording domestic violence in Comtrack?
From a Navy perspective, this guidance remains extant. I'd have to defer to Ms Gregg if, in fact, there is more specific guidance that's available or under development at the defence level.
Ms Gregg?
We have a whole of Defence ADF direction, and I'd rather take it on notice to give you that direction.
All right. Yeah. Commissioners, I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Mr Gray. Commissioner Bell?
Thank you. I have a number of questions which I'm going to focus around the issue of suicide, if I may. The first is, Admiral, you spoke and you gave some numbers around the number of Navy suicides of which you were aware, and I think you said the figures were 5 serving Navy members who've died by suicide, and 23, and I wasn't sure whether the 23 referred to current serving and ex-serving Navy, and whether that was just women or in total.
I will clarify, Commissioner. Since 1990, I'm aware of 23 women who have had Navy service who have suicided. Of those 23, 5 were in service at the time of their suicide.
And do you have the figures for men for the same period?
I do, but I'd have to take that on notice, Commissioner.
Okay. And since 1990, so that is a different period and in fact includes a longer period than the current AIHW data. So can I just ask how Navy actually records that information, that you're able to provide that data going back to 1990?
So if I might just provide context in terms of the last 10 years, we are aware of 13 female suicides in the last 10 years, 2 of which were in service. With respect to the first part of your question, obviously those that have occurred in service we've had real-time understanding of, and of the other 18, we've either become aware of them through DVA or other elements of reporting and inquiry that have occurred primarily over the last 10 years, and certainly reports like DART have provided us with information that's illuminated that. As I've stated earlier in my evidence, Commissioner, in 2020, we've stood up within Navy a dedicated directorate for looking at historical incidents, and that team collects information and has a database on information as we can best collect it, and through that directorate and that team, we seek to analyse and understand as best we can that historical data.
And does that include ex-serving? Where
Yes,
you can get it?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, so is there a process by which you can receive information from families of ex-serving members who've died by suicide such that it might feed into that database?
Yes, and in line with some of the previous questions, I'll take information and data from any source. From time to time, I get personal approaches via official and social media means of people wanting to share information with me, and once I receive that information, I take action through official channels. As recently as last week, I had an approach by a member of the public who had concern about a historical abuse case. So I welcome that information and we've taken action.
Thank you. So can I ask then, in terms of your awareness of cases and feeding in to build that understanding, there are a number of cases, and I don't like the word case, I'll just put that on record, but there are a number of individuals who have been reported via the media, some of whom may be ex-serving Navy. Have you taken steps to follow up those individuals about whom the media has reported and fed those into your process?
Sir, I am aware that we have. IGADF will raise with us any of those media or social media. IGADF monitors social media around veteran suicide, and it's not my specialisation, but I do meet with IGADF around cultural intelligence, just another place I get it from. And yes, I'm aware, Commissioner, that they have, and our past issues team work closely with IGADF.
And I was pausing there, Commissioner, as I was trying to think of a case where we hadn't been aware or we hadn't taken action, because my recollection and belief is that in all cases that have appeared in the media, particularly recently, they were known to us, and there has been a history of engagement with these individuals, either at the Navy level and in most cases to the defence reparation level for which Ms Gregg is responsible.
So the families of those individuals, ex-serving Navy individuals who've died by suicide, should have had contact from the Navy or the ADF?
Certainly those that have died in service, most definitely.
I'm talking about ex-serving.
In those cases of ex, again, it's a case-by-case proposition as to when it occurred, what the circumstances were, how we found out about it.
But I'm speaking here about the ones that have been in the media. Well, I'd need to look at that and take it on notice case by case, because the ones that have been in media that I'm aware of have been in service. Okay, thank you. Just another question. You did indicate, I think, that, and I'm just seeking to understand what you said, but you said you were aware of the 2021 AIHW report, but not the preceding three?
I'm aware of all the reports. I just wasn't familiar with the detail of the statistics that were reported in those reports. But the proposition that was put to me with respect to the nature and trend, I was aware, yes.
Okay, thank you. And just one last question. The issue of return of service obligations, I guess, was raised by our lived experience witness today. I would just be interested in your view about whether or not a return of service obligation should be a requirement, or whether there should be capacity for an individual seeking to leave service to be able to do so at the point in time that they choose, as opposed to being forced to continue in a service that they don't wish to do.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Return of service obligation has been a workforce management tool that historically we've used in Navy, and 30 years ago it was universally applied across Navy for officers and sailors. In 2022, the return of service obligation is less universally applied, and some of the technical courses that we put our people through are in the vicinity of $5 to $10 million for a 12-month course. So, in terms of a contemporary workforce management tool, we're very, very specific in the use of a return of service obligation. If we see an individual who is under return of service obligation seeking to separate from permanent service, we will look at that on a case-by-case basis. It's not a blunt tool, it's not an absolute, and certainly where somebody has a personal compelling reason for needing to leave the service, in my experience, in the cases that I've dealt with, in all cases it's granted.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Douglas.
Thank you, Admiral. I have two questions. One relates to your putting your entire ship's company through the assist program in 2003 after the episode you suffered then. Is there a similar program still available?
Yes, it is. The assist program is still available across Defence, and it is something that we have ongoing contact with. One of the features of our annual mandatory awareness training that we do across Navy and across Defence is actually a suicide awareness and prevention module. That did not exist 20 years ago. I'm not sure of the date that we actually invoked that, but every year, every person in the Navy is required to undertake suicide awareness training. Now, the assist course, from memory, was a 3-day course and more advanced in terms of providing training in how to intervene and take advanced steps. That course is still available, and Ms Grigg might have some details as to how we deliver that. Some of it's online, some of it is face-to-face.
I suppose what I'm interested in is finding out when and why it would be delivered.
Commissioner, if I may add, in the Sailor and Officer Training Continuum, we have suicide and mental health training in every rank training level, from ab initio right through the leadership continuum, and that's all captured through the Navy Leadership Development Program. We can table the positions that we put those, including particular training for key command appointments, commanding officer and the like.
And does that include this assist program that I asked about?
It does, Commissioner.
Okay. The other question I had related to the OCI, or Organisational Cultural Inventory. Do you know whether other branches of the ADF use something like that or similar to it?
I'm not aware of the application of the human synergistics tool within Air Force or Army. I am unaware of whether or not it's more broadly utilised. Ms Grigg might know.
Commissioner, we have, each service has looked at various times as to whether the human synergistics model might be appropriate for them. On those occasions, they've either looked at different tools that suit their context or have relied on some other things, for example, more regular 360-degree reporting and so forth attached to the performance and promotion cycle. So I think we could give you more of that information if that would help. So in other words, what similar do the other services do, but they don't do the OCI.
Right. Have they been compared and contrasted among the services?
Not directly, no.
Right, thanks.
Thank you. Ms Butterworth, a question for you, if I may. How many years have you served in the Navy?
I joined in 1989, sir.
1989?
Yeah, I joined in 1989 at the age of 18.
In all of those years, you've obviously seen a lot of change on the ground where the rubber meets the road. I know you mentioned earlier that you feel you've reached a point now where things are better. I can't remember the exact words you used, but do you feel at the moment that the environment exists where females in particular who may suffer from sexual harassment or abuse can come forward and put their hand up and the consequences for them are not negative?
I do feel that, and that's my genuine belief, but I do know that there are women that will say to me that they do not feel that. I think around mental health and being able to come forward, we still need to normalise the conversation, and one of the things that is beneficial to that is actually seeing action being taken, and it's something that I think we will always have pockets of people that are reluctant to come forward, but we need to make those pockets smaller.
Can you think of anything specific that you would like to see changed that you haven't done already in terms of making things better?
One of the things that when I speak to the sailors, and it's a bit of an analogy, and please bear with me, one of the things I'd like to see all of our people in Navy, but particularly normalising the conversation around mental health. When I engage with the sailors, I use the analogy that most of you will be very happy to go to the health centre and talk about your sore knee, and you'll get some exercises from the physio, and if you don't get any better, they might send you to a specialist and you might need some medical intervention and some treatment. And that's exactly what the mental health strategy is around. If you need just a little bit of support, you won't be removed from your ship. We'll get you a little bit of help. But if you need clinical support, then obviously there'll be some, there's not that. There is still some hesitancy, I feel, and normalising the conversation around mental health, people feeling that they can share and be vulnerable is where we're trying to normalise those conversations, Commissioner.
If I might add, Commissioner, with respect to that difference in organisational culture, I have 2 teenage daughters. I would not have wanted them to join the Navy that I joined in 1984, but I'd be very sure and very proud if they were to join our Navy in 2022. At this stage, neither of them seek to join the Navy.
I was going to ask if they had applied, but just one last question for you, Admiral, if I may. In terms of individuals putting their hand up if they're suffering from mental health issues, let alone, God forbid, suicide ideation, we've heard a lot of evidence that when people do put their hand up, they're almost treated as pariahs after that. They're medically downgraded, suspended from all sorts of activities, and then people begin to point the finger at them to say they're malingerers and so on. Clearly, there's been a significant amount of thinking and work has gone on to try and deal with these issues. But that particular issue of people being sidelined and being made to feel worthless from the minute they put their hand up. If someone breaks a leg, it's treated quite well. He's broken his leg, we'll get him fixed up and we'll get him back on track. If somebody complains of anything to do with mental health, clearly the evidence we've heard is that they're treated quite badly after that. Can you just comment on that for me, please, in relation to the Navy?
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm very pleased to comment on that. I think as Warren Officer Butterworth has indicated, there is more that we need to do with respect to the stigma around talking about mental health and mental illness. But I would categorically put to the Commission that Navy's journey in this space is well advanced. I have experienced members of our Navy who have been suffering from mental health and trauma, some of them up to the commanding officer level of some of our ships and submarines. And they've put their hand up and said, I need some time. And we have worked with them. And I can think of 3 very specific cases in the last 2 years where an individual has sought assistance, we've given them some time and then returned them to their unit in command. That sends a very strong signal through the entire workforce that it's okay for the commanding officer of one of our ships or submarines to say that they need help. And that is the message that I seek to send to every person in our Navy, that it's okay to seek help. And if you do seek help, you will get it.
Thank you. I think Commissioner Douglas has one more question.
Yes, I have. I should have raised it earlier. It was about your 8 personnel support units where you provide focused peer support to people who may be suffering or injured. I haven't heard criticism of them in the Navy, but I've heard criticism of, in effect, equivalent units in the Army as being, in effect, the last step before you're discharged, and not places where people's morale is raised. Is there anything you want to say about that in respect to the Navy bodies?
Thank you, Commissioner. I can't speak on behalf of the Army units. I have no experience with those, but certainly in cases of the Navy personnel support units, support is the centre of what the mission of those units is. Where we can, we seek to return people who are in those units back to full-time active duty and preferably sea duty. I need every man and woman, person in our Navy fit, healthy and able to serve at sea ultimately. And what we do is we have obviously all of the support mechanisms and all of the health professionals that are available to us working with those individuals, and they have an individual management of their case with a view to returning to work. Some of the people in the PSUs are actually in transition. Some of them are transitioning out of the Navy as a result of medical downgrading, be that a permanent injury or something that precludes them from continuing sea service. So I would categorise the function of our PSUs as different to what you've described, Commissioner, and I don't have the exact statistics at my fingertips, but there is a significant proportion of the men and women and people who have support through our PSUs do return to full-time active service.
Thank you. Mr Fordham, any matters arising?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Mr Gray?
I did have one question arising. Of course, Mr Fordham was to ask the question afterwards, that's right. Warrant Officer Butterworth, when you were answering a question from Commissioner Caldas 5 or perhaps 10 minutes ago, you were explaining that the change you'd like to see made is around the conversation concerning access to support for mental health. You then went on at one point to describe the status quo, and I thought you were going to make a distinction between getting a little bit of help and clinical issues, and you didn't really finish the sentence.
Okay.
I was wondering what you were going to say.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Gray. Apologies, I did not make that clear. The analogy I was using, and I apologise for the poorness of it, is if you go and need some physio for your knee, you will not be medically downgraded because you do not need clinical intervention. Mental health is the same. If you just need some counselling, support, some wellbeing, you won't be medically downgraded. It's not my matter of expertise, but if you need clinical intervention, then obviously we need to provide you an additional level of support. Normalising that discussion around just because you go to the health centre to seek support does not mean that you're going to have a clinical intervention and therefore have career consequences that some of our people feel that have a belief that is not real.
Thanks for clarifying that, Mr Ford. I have nothing further.
Nothing further, Mr
Sorry,
Fordham?
can I just ask a clarification on what you've just said? Am I to understand that if you need a clinical intervention, it does then invoke a medical downgrade?
Commissioner, I wouldn't be able to answer that. That's outside my level of expertise.
Thank you.
Unless the commissioners have anything further.
No, we don't. Mr Fordham, is there anything arising out of that? No. Okay.
Commissioners, just on some procedural matters, we're grateful to Vice Admiral Noonan and Warrant Officer Butterworth for their attendance today and for going...
And particularly for going over time. We appreciate your patience.
And we anticipated they were going to be the last of these panels. We didn't reach Air Force yesterday for a range of reasons, partly because of my mistake in estimating the time that would be required with the first panel. Now, we're grateful that Air Force has made themselves available on Thursday morning. Now, Ms Gregg, you needn't attend the Air Force panel on Thursday morning, but I'm not going to ask that you be released from your summons because you're attending another panel later in the hearing block.
Thank you.
Admiral Noonan and Warrant Officer Butterworth may be released from their summonses in my submission.
Okay, thank you. So you are released from your summons and we'll see you again, I guess, later in the hearing block, Ms Graves. I think that's it for today. We'll adjourn until 9 a.m. tomorrow. It's not 10 a.m, it's 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
All rise. The Royal Commission will now adjourn until 9th of March at 9 a.m.